We are Blackmore. We are the light. It's a war. It's a war. Gonna get used to it. It's a war. It's a war. And that's just the way it is. Let's go.
Well, after a late afternoon, early evening shower, the skies have cleared, and it's a beautiful night for baseball. A big crowd on hand, a highly anticipated series tonight between two of the top teams in the National League Central Division. The Cardinals, for the first time in 2011, come to Cincinnati, the Battle of the Reds. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome to Reds Baseball. And boy, here we are in May. It feels a lot like September, maybe early October, with all the anticipation. The Cardinals coming back to town, Chris, for the first time since that bench-clearing brawl a year ago.
Well, I think, Tom, that the focus is going to be on baseball, not necessarily that brawl. But the Reds have to figure out a way to play better this year than they do against the Cardinals last year. They lost 12 of 18 games against Tony La Russa's club, and you can see where they are in the standings right now. Simply put, the winner of this series leaves town ahead in the Central Division.
And our standings presented by Honda. And, of course, whenever the Reds and the Cardinals get together now, Chris, the two best players perhaps in the entire league, both first basemen, Albert Pujols, and, of course, last year's MVP, Joey Votto.
Well, you know, depending on who you ask, it's MVP and MVP 1A with these guys. They're both great players. They're both leaders of their own team. Pujols is not having a greatest year so far, but he's on the verge of breaking out of it in any game. And in my opinion, Votto is locked in. Look for him to have a big series.
Well, here we go. Been waiting for this one for a while. When we come back, we'll talk about the pitching matchup in Game 1 and the intriguing matchups that follow Saturday and Sunday.
not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
We're about 5 minutes away from the first pitch tonight. Joey Votto and the Reds in the first of 3 against Albert Pujols and the St. Louis Cardinals. Told you about rain a little while ago. It's quite pleasant right now, but perhaps a threat of rain later tonight. For the official word, let's check in with Tim Hedrick.
Late this afternoon, early this evening, yeah, you saw a few showers and thunderstorms across the area, but I think they'll be leaving. It'll be a little bit muggy down at the ballpark. 71 headed for home, but thunderstorms leaving. Just like this ball. Toyota Tundra. It's got the Tundra. It's got the Tundra. Ho-ho!
All right, we've got a Tundra of a series here, Chris Welsh. We take a look at the pitching matchup beginning tonight. The former Red Kyle Lohse against Bronson Arroyo.
Well, Kyle Lohse is throwing the ball probably better than he has ever thrown the ball in a Cardinal uniform, keeping the ball down. Great sinking fastball. Kyle McClellan snatched from the bullpen, put in the starting rotation. Who would have ever thought he would be 5-0 right now? He'll face Johnny Cueto tomorrow. That will be a very emotional day for Johnny Cueto. First time he faced this Cardinal team since the fight last year. And Carpenter and Wood, that's a matchup that happened earlier in St. Louis. By the way, that was the only game in St. Louis that the Reds won, the one started by Chris Carpenter. So that is a whale of a 3-game series. Good pitching matchups every day.
All right, here we go. It's time to play it. Reds a game and a half back. A battle in the Central. First of 3, Reds and Redsbirds on Fox Sports Ohio. By State Farm. State Farm agents are there when you need them. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com. Buy your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time. Of course, no Tony La Russa on this road trip and in this series. He's trying to rest and recover from an affliction of shingles, so Joe Petitti, his bench coach, is serving as the acting manager. And digging in is Nick Punto. And he looks at a strike and his game is underway. Well, we know Tony La Russa is watching the game. He's not watching our feed, I'm sure, back in St. Louis, but we certainly wish him a speedy recovery. And Chris, you said it best before the game started. It's just not the same for this series, a big series, without Tony La Russa here.
Well, Tom, it's like you want everybody on each team to be as healthy as possible. You want to match these teams up with their strength, and obviously when you're missing the manager, you just don't have all the strength there. I'm not saying Joe Petitti's not going to do a great job, because if he gets a chance to be a major league manager, he's got a chance to be a real good one. I go all the way back to playing against Joe in the minor leagues, so I've known Joe for a long time, and he's learned a lot under Tony La Russa over the years. But it's a different deal when you're running it by yourself.
So Bronson Arroyo, 3 wins against 3 losses, an ERA slightly over 3.5. In front of the first batter of the game, Puto, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to even the count.
7 stars for Bronson's had a pretty good run of it. Low earned run average. Run his record up to an even 3-3. Against the Cardinals overall, he has won 7 and lost 11 in his career.
Popped up and playable, and look who's back for the Reds at third base tonight, Scotty Rowland. Let's take a look at Joe Patini's starting lineup for the opener of this series. You saw Punto, here comes Colby Rasmus, and then Albert Pujols. Matt Holliday in left, Lance Berkman in right, Yadier Molina catching. A latter third of Daniel Descalso playing over at third, Tyler Green at short, and Kyle Loesch is on the mound. Of course, the Cardinals are playing without their regular third baseman. The Reds get theirs back in the game here tonight for the first time since April the 20th. But David Freese is out with an injury. Skip Schumacher, their regular second baseman, also out with an injury. And then a couple of days ago, Ryan Theriot, their regular shortstop, re-aggravated an oblique muscle injury. They thought he'd be back in the lineup tonight, but clearly is not. 2-0 to Colby Rasmus. Arroyo's fallen behind the Cardinals center fielder, 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, this is not what you really want to do. I mean, obviously, the first 2 guys in this order you pitch to very tough. You go right after them, because after that, Pujols, Holliday, Berkman, those are 3 or murderers row. If you get runners on base now, it can really cause trouble. 4 in a row for Arroyo, and he just tried to pitch him outside and just missed the outside corner.
Let's take a look at the Reds defensively, presented by Ford, and Fred Lewis gets a start in the series opener in left field. Stubbs in center, Bruce in right. Talked about Roland returning, still Renteria at short, and a battery of Arroyo and Ryan Hanigan. And here's Albert Pujols. Batting average way down for him at .267. He does have 7 home runs and 24 runs batted in. And early on, the Cardinals, their manager on the first pitch of the game, was not happy with a called strike by the home plate umpire Mike DeMuro. And on the first pitch to Pujols, he thought that pitch was high.
Well, this matchup has happened more for Bronson Arroyo than any other player in the National League. That is Arroyo versus Pujols. 60 times these guys have teed it up against each other, and Pujols has hit 3 home runs and driven in 12 against them. Although a pretty modest .283 batting average.
Of course, you go all the way back to 1999. You talk about slipping below baseball's radar. How about Albert Pujols? The 402nd player chosen in that draft. And of course, when all is said and done, he has a legitimate chance to go down as one of the top 5 players in the history of the game. That one swung on and fouled out of play.
And you just wonder, Tom, of course, all the controversy before spring training about Albert Pujols. This is last year under contract with the Cardinals. Will they sign him to a long-term deal? He put a deadline on those negotiations as of spring training. If it wasn't done by then, he wasn't going to talk about his contract throughout the year. And now people are speculating that maybe this non-contract issue that he has with the Cardinals is affecting his play on the field.
1-2 the count on Pujols. Rasmus a very short lead, and there's strike 3 called, and again Pujols unhappy. Well, maybe the first pitch it looked like he had an argument. This one appeared to be right down the can.
Well, Pujols may have thought that was low, but you can see our Fox track shows it right on the lower level of the strike zone. And I'm not so sure he was that unhappy with the call as he was unhappy with himself. No, he's yelling at Mike DeMuro right now.
So now Matt Holliday, what a start. He's off to a .390 batter, has 5 home runs and 26 runs batted in. Chris talked about the Reds playing so well against everybody inside the National League Central Division last year. I mean, they just dominated all the other clubs, the lone exception, of course, being these Cardinals. The last 21 times the Reds have played St. Louis, they have won just 7.
Last year, the Reds played the Cardinals 18 times. The Reds lost 12 of those 18 games. But in 13 of the 18, Tony La Russa had set his rotation up so his top 3 pitchers, Adam Wainwright, Chris Carpenter, and Jaime Garcia, pitched all those games. And in those games that they pitched, the Cardinals were 11-2. And that was the one reason why Dusty Baker acknowledged that the Cardinals had the Reds' number last year. The question is, can this new rotation, without Adam Wainwright, Kyle Loesch, Kyle McClellan, in this particular 3-game series, can they stand up and do what the big 3 did last year? Of course, we'll see Carpenter in the last game.
We'll give you Loesch's numbers when the Reds come to bat in the bottom of the 1st inning, but he's off to the best start of any season in his major league career. Two down, 1 on, 0-2. The count on Matt Holliday. And this should end the inning. Stibbs drifting into right center field, and a nice start for Bronson Arroyo. Reds coming up. Starting lineup. Drew Stubbs in center, Edgar Renteria at short, Joey Votto at first base, Brandon Phillips in a cleanup spot, Jay Bruce batting 5th, and in Scott Rowland's return, he bats 6th. Fred Lewis in left field bats 7th, followed by Ryan Hannigan and then Bronson Arroyo against the one-time Red, right-hander Kyle Loesch.
Well, he broke in with the Minnesota Twins back in 2001. He made his way to Cincinnati in 2006, and in parts of 2 seasons with the Reds, he really didn't have all that much of a success. He was 9-17 record-wise, but what teased you about Kyle Loesch was the fact that he would have a splendid game one game, and you say, man, he's finally turned the corner, here we go, and then he give you 2 very mediocre games. Well, he has done nothing but pitch great baseball so far for the Cardinals this year.
Strike 1 to Drew Stubbs, a .271 batter, 7 home runs, 20 runs batted in. Of course, Stubbs with 12 stolen bases. So 2 of 12 in the 3-game series against St. Louis. Reds would like to see that improve in this series. Too far out in front there, and he's down 0-2.
Kyle Loesch last year had 18 starts for the Cardinals. Now, he wasn't healthy all year long, but out of those 18 starts, he had but 5 quality starts. He already this year has 5 quality starts.
here you have Loesch, a 4-game winner. The Cardinals already have a pair of 5-game winners. And Jaime Garcia and Kyle McClellan. We'll see McClellan here tomorrow late in the afternoon, a 4 o'clock first pitch. And then an early afternoon start, the series finale Sunday.
You know, like most pitchers that Dave Duncan eventually has some influence over, when you go to the plate against a Cardinal starter, and Loesch is a great example of this, all you have to do is look down, because you're not going to see those fastballs climbing the ladder, trying to go north and south on you. They pitch south, down, down, down all the time, trying to induce the ground ball.
Pretty good at bat here by Stubbs after falling behind 0-2. Count is run full. Just in time. Nice play made by Punto, who is their best defender in the infield among the positions of third, short, and second. What a play.
Could have been that he chased ball 4 right there, went under the glove of Kyle Loesch, but if you're second baseman or an infielder, you get it and flick it out of your hand immediately. And Punto makes it right on the money. And that is a bang-bang at first base.
Now Edgar Renteria, 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the first inning. Strike 1 to Edgar. Renteria starting in his 8th consecutive game. What with the injury to Rowland, and now Red complaining about the strike zone. Didn't like that pitch.
Hey, memo to all hitters, both teams. Swing the bat.
In the air, should be out number 2. It is. St. Louis defensively, and it very much has a lot of question marks as to how good they are defensively. It's brought to you by Ford. Descalso over at third. Tyler Green to start for Terrio at short, and Punto for the injured Schumacher at second base. Perhaps an extra day to improve the injured ankle for Paul Janich. And Joey Votto down a strike. Loesch ahead 0-2. Was the reigning MVP of the National League. Got an off day, his first of the year, on Monday in Houston. Then came back Tuesday and Wednesday. Had 5 hits, including 2 doubles, a triple, and knocked in 3 runs. And he's gone on 3 pitches, and the Reds are gone in order. End of 1. No score. Storyline brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. And Kyle Loesch has been right serious Chris against left-handed batters.
Well, this is something that you can do if you're a right-handed pitcher with a real good changeup, and that's what Kyle Loesch's secret is. He's able to throw a fastball, changeup, same arm slot, same delivery, and the way he took care of Joey Votto on 3 consecutive changeups in the first inning shows you how tough he can be against the best, if not one of the best, left-handed hitters in the league.
One of the all-time great Reds killers, now wearing a Cardinal uniform, is Lance Berkman. Time for our Farmers Insurance report card. Take a look at what Berkman has done in his career against the Reds, and of course all those numbers piled up as a member of the Houston Astros. Many wondered what Berkman had left in the tank. Last year, his worst season as an everyday player in the major leagues, which began with the Astros, ended with the New York Yankees. Cardinals took a flyer, brought him in as a free agent. He's in better shape than he has been in a long time. And so far, the numbers would reflect that. In the air to Renteria, 1 out. I mean, take a look at this duo. Among all active players, number 1 and number 2 in the 4 major statistical categories for Berkman and Pujols.
And interestingly enough, those 2 batters have faced Bronson Arroyo, Pujols number 1 and Lance Berkman number 2. So they have seen a lot of Arroyo throughout their career.
Heard the boos raining down on Yadier Molina, much like Brandon Phillips gets when the Reds go to St. Louis. A steady chorus of the boos for Molina in store over the next 3 days.
I'm not so sure, though, that Molina tweets quite as much as Brandon does, if that's possible. You think that can?
I'm not a tweet guy, but you're right. I know that Brandon does quite a bit of it from what I understand. Are you a Twitter guy?
I am not. I am not. I happen to read that somewhere, but
you'd be a good Twitter guy.
In my next life, I'll tweet you.
I look forward to it. Well, let's wait a while. Of course, in the decisive game of that 3-game series earlier this year in St. Louis, it was Molina who hit that home run. Stubbs off to the races and will track it down. What a jump by Stubbs. Hard hit ball to right center, and he caught it in mid-stride. But Molina hit that big 3-run home run to break a scoreless game off Edinson Volquez.
Tried to sneak a fastball by him. Molina loves to go the opposite way. He hit an opposite field home run, a big one here earlier, or make it last year. In fact, it was in the fight game that he hit a home run. I think it was a 3-run bomb that went the other way that was a deciding factor. But you've got maybe the fastest center fielder in the National League out there in Drew Stubbs.
Well, Chris, you remember opening day last year?
Yeah.
When he hit that opposite field grand slam.
That's what I'm thinking of is opening day last year.
Daniel Descalso out of Redwood City, California. And the 1-1 pitch is taken outside. Descalso, known as a good hitter. They're playing him around the infield a little bit. They didn't feel like it was quite his time this year to be with a major league club, but a lot like the Reds. They've had so many injuries in the infield at the Cardinals that here is Descalso, and he's playing regularly. Off the end of the bat into short right. 1, 2, 3 go the Cardinals. Phillips, Bruce, and the return of Rolen coming up in the second of a scoreless game. means another $25 from Shakely will go to the Reds Community Fund. Shakely, it's done. So here comes Brandon Phillips to begin the Reds' second inning against Kyle Loesch. No score in the game, and it's strike one to Brandon. Of course, those two guys standing right by one another. Had the confrontation last year, which started the benches clearing brawl between the two teams. And of course, both teams have long memories about that incident, especially in regard to the Red starter tomorrow, Joey Votto. Base hit right field by Brandon Phillips.
Brandon off to a very good start this year. You know, he's playing like his contract's on the line, and it might be. Reds have an option for him, but he wants to be a Red for a long time. And he hits that ball, a little slider that was meant to go down and away from him. Loesch hung it up there for him, and he takes what he was given, which was a base hit to right.
And of course, I need to correct myself. I misspoke there. I said Joey Votto. They have long memories about tomorrow's Red starter, Johnny Cueto. And that fight last year when Cueto got pinned up against a screen and started trying to kick his way out of what he described as the angry mob, and wound up kicking a couple of Cardinals players, including the former Red Jason LaRue. Two 2-0 to Jay Bruce. The first Reds left-handed batter. And we gave you the numbers on Loesch a moment ago. They're the best among all right-handers in the league. He struck out Votto on 3 straight pitches.
3 straight changeups. What I should say is 3 consecutive changeups. They're not straight. This is why Loesch is so tough against lefties. First pitch to Votto, a changeup, he hangs inside. Votto rips it foul. But they're going to stay with the changeup. That one low and away. Then he's going to throw one in an identical spot, take a little bit off of it, and Joey Votto goes down swinging. So he has not seen a Loesch fastball yet. If you're thinking about stolen bases against the Cardinals, it may not be your best plan of strategy. In fact, this year, Loesch has not given up a stolen base. There's only been 1 attempted, and it's been a throw him out.
Way out in front again of a changeup is Bruce, and he hooks it foul.
You know what I'm seeing out of Kyle Loesch? It's the same comments that we've made after watching Homer Bailey pitch twice. It looks like he's more concerned about command than he is about speed. It seemed like when Loesch was with the Reds in the mid-2000s, 2005, 2006, he always wanted to light up the radar gun. And he's gotten away from that now. He's kind of bought into the plan that, Dave Duncan has for his pitchers. Changing speed, command your fastball, rely on things that are down around the knees, and use your infield. And some guys have a hard time buying into that when they've got great arms.
We'll see if the Reds start the runner on a 3-2 pitch to Jay Bruce. Nobody out here in the second inning. Runner goes, and it's popped up, and it's playable. Charging in is Descalso from third base, but Molina able to hang on for the first out of the inning.
Well, you can see that Molina was calling it with his hand. He was waving his arm right now, but Descalso was calling it as well. So I'm not so sure Molina was actually yelling it, or at least loud enough for Descalso to hear it. But here comes the very aggressive third baseman. Got to be a little bigger to get the rebound, though.
Well, now Scott Rowland, the former Cardinal, in the lineup for the first time since the 20th of April. Been out with an injured left shoulder. A .217 batter, 2 home runs and 12 runs batted in. Strike 1. Rowland, of course, had some great years wearing a Cardinal uniform after being traded from Philadelphia in 2002. He was their regular third baseman all the way through the 2007 season, including winning a World Series ring. Rolling had a couple of years there where he knocked in over 100, including 124 runs in 2004. Runner goes and a tapper over the mound. Phillips never breaking stride, and that wasn't a good idea. He is thrown out by 15 feet, and a double play will end the inning. 4-3-5 on the double play. No score at the end of 2.
Very important series for us. This is coming out of Jim Day. He really wants me to say that. He really wants us to win. If we don't win, then we suck. Go Cardinals. Come on, Jim Day. This is just another series for us to go out there and win. And, you know, as long as we get the W's, that's all that really matters, no matter who we're playing.
Jim Day. Brandon Phillips. I mean, you must have asked him, what, about 7 or 8 times to say this is a big series?
No, it only took 2. I asked him if it's a big series, and, you know, he spit out the cliches. Oh, it's just another series. We're more worried about the whole homestand, blah, blah, blah. And I said, come on, man. And then he gave me the business there. We had a big chuckle in front of all the media, an even bigger chuckle afterwards when he was busting my chops.
That's good stuff.
He was having fun and poking it right at me at my expense, and I took it well.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. 0-1 the count on Tyler Green, who leads off the St. Louis third inning. No score so far. Brandon Phillips, in fact, has the only hit for either team in the game. The Cardinals' lone base runner was a one-out walk to Colby Rasmus in the first inning. In the air, short right center. Jay Bruce there, 1 out. Well, if a Reds player hits a Toyota sign during our game tonight, Jay Main of Cincinnati, who currently owns a Toyota Corolla, will win the beautiful new Tundra on display here every night at Great American Ballpark. And you can register for your chance to win in an upcoming game by saying your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. 1 out for the pitcher Kyle Loesch. Strike 1. Gold Glove winner from last year, Arroyo, throws on to Votto, and the first 2 retired in the Cardinal third inning. This is one of only 2 series the Cardinals come into Cincinnati this year. The Reds will go there a total of 3 times. Well, it's hard to believe these 2 rivals, and what a rivalry this is beginning to turn into. There are many in St. Louis that'll tell you, based on what happened last year, it prompted the Cardinals to get down to business and make some changes, especially inside of their clubhouse. For people who follow the team regularly, they'll tell you it was quite a down and out clubhouse a year ago. They brought in some guys a lot like Punto and a lot like Lance Berkman to try and lighten things up. Gerald Laird, who we're told is one of the funniest players in all of Major League Baseball. And even though the Cardinals, when the 2 teams met, dominated the Reds, as we've talked about already last year, they finished behind them in the standings, and that's all that matters. Fouled away by Punto. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Will feed Arroyo. Back-to-back perfect innings, 8 in a row retired by Bronson. Still no score. Baseball writer Hal McCoy right now for a live in-game chat presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and safeauto.com. Deep in the hole, no chance to throw out Fred Lewis for Tyler Green. So Lewis getting the start in the opener of this series, and in his first at bat, an infield hit. We might start seeing Fred Lewis quite a bit in the Reds lineup now that he's healthy and brought up from the minor league.
Well, especially against right-handers, and unfortunately for Johnny Gomes, he's been struggling other than the first start of the first few weeks of the season when he was getting on base a lot with bases on balls, making things happen that way, driving key runs in. But he's really gotten cold lately, and you know, when your offense isn't scoring much, you're going to look for other ways to make it happen. Fred Lewis is healthy. If he can get on base and help this offense against right-handers, you may see him a lot.
Well, now Ryan Hannigan, and if there's one player in the Reds lineup more than any other that Dusty Baker in a favorable count likes to play hit and run with, it is Ryan Hannigan. Got a pretty decent runner over there in Lewis at first base. He had 17 steals a year ago with Toronto. Strike one. Lewis played in 110 games last year with the Blue Jays, hit .262, had 31 doubles, knocked in 36 runs. And everybody thought in the offseason when the Reds signed him, remember they signed him to a major league contract, not a minor league deal. And everybody thought that it might be a platoon out in left field between Lewis and Johnny Gomes, and really before the position players ever reported. Dusty Baker came out and said, no, there's no platoon. Johnny Gomes is the left fielder. Well, now here you are, 38 games into the season, and with the recent woes at the plate of Johnny Gomes and Lewis healthy up from the minor leagues, we'll see how much he plays. One ball and one strike on Hannigan. Good crowd on hand tonight. Of course, they have the Creedence Clearwater Revisited concert before the game. That band will strike it up after the game. And tonight is our first Fireworks Friday of this 2011 year. 1-2 to Hannigan. We talked about hitting and running with Hannigan and the frequency with which Dusty Baker likes to do it. But so frequently it comes down to Chris a favorable count. He fell behind 1-2, now 2-2.
Yeah, you know, Kyle Loesch has been seemingly 1-2 or 0-2 almost to everybody in this lineup. I mean, he is really pounding the strike zone early and then begins a nibble a little bit to see if he can expand it, make somebody chase a bad pitch.
3 balls and 2 strikes now, and you can pretty much bet the ranch that Lewis will be running here with a full count.
Well, when you just look at the numbers for Ryan Hannigan, here's a guy that walks just about as many times as he strikes out. He has struck out 7, he has walked 6, so he's going to make contact one way or another. Or maybe I got it mistaken, but just about the same number of times strikeouts and walks.
And you're talking about a guy with nearly or a little over 80 plate appearances, so he's not striking out much at all. And there goes a runner. And it's ball 4. So the Reds have the first 2 on here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And the pitcher Bronson Arroyo coming up trying to advance him with a bunt.
Yeah, it couldn't lay out any better for Dusty Baker right here. You get the number 7 hitter on, that 8 hitter on to start the inning off. And here comes your pitcher and a good handler of the bat in Bronson Arroyo to be able to lay the bunt down. Now what he needs to do is get the bunt down the third baseline hard enough to Daniel Descalso so that they've got no play at third, and that they'll just go ahead and get that sacrifice at first base. Meanwhile, you got Pujols coming way in and Descalso kind of holding it deep at third base. They're going to play a little bit of a different type of defense right here, where it's going to be Pujols and Loesch who are going to be responsible for the entire infield, and Descalso is going to have to cover third base or stay there. Now, the only way Arroyo can really make that defense go bad is you bunt it hard right down the third base line right here, and no one else gets it but the third baseman.
Well, he rolls it out there and deadens it enough where by the time Loesch gets to it, he has no chance to go to third. And that's a sacrifice, the 3rd of the year for Arroyo, and now a big scoring chance.
And the other advantage the Reds have right here is that you've got a speedy runner at second base. And even though he's being held on by the shortstop, you see where the runner is at this point, and Freddie Lewis is nearly 3/4 the way to third base, and you're not going to have it. Now, if you've got the catcher running there and he's batting the number 8 or number 7 spot, it's a different story.
All right, now the Reds with the first major threat of the game. Runners at second and third, 1 out, and Drew Stubbs a batter. He had a hit taken away on a bouncing ball up the middle, and Punto made a brilliant play to throw him out by an eyelash. What a difference this year compared to a year ago at this time for Drew Stubbs. Was batting in the low 180s. A rocket. They're going to come to the plate, and they're going to get the runner out at the plate. Ball was hit so hard. And Lewis, standing where he was, maybe didn't have a good read on that, or maybe wasn't running on contact, period, and he's easily out.
Well, I think, Tom, what you make a decision ahead of time. If it gets by the pitcher, and if it's not hit at the third baseman, and if the first baseman's in, him included, you're going to go. So once he sees that ball is not going to third base and not going to the pitcher, he's going to go. But, you know, by that time you've committed yourself, no matter how hard the ball is hit. If he stops right there, there's a chance that Hannigan gets hung up off second base. So you got to go with the play once you made the decision.
That's a huge out, needless to say, for Loesch. Now they're on the corners, 2 away, and here's Edgar Renteria. Of course, Renteria's made a living driving the ball the other way, and you can't get much more open space between the first and second base bags than he has right here and right now.
Does that give you an idea of what maybe the way that they're going to pitch him? If he loves to go the other way, that means he likes the ball outside. So he may just think about, well, if I look out there and I see this much open space on the right side of the infield, they're going to pitch me in here and make me hit the ball this way where they've got all their defenders.
Reds put the first 2 on here in the bottom of the third inning, and now they have them on the corners, but they're 2 out, so they're leaning hard on Renteria.
He's going outside with him and got that one over a slider, it looked like, right on the outside corner. Nice to see Dr. K in the booth. Did you order up a cortisone
I'm not
shot?
ordering up anything from Dr. Kremchek.
Okay.
He has seen me plenty enough, and I've seen him plenty enough over the last year between a broken left leg and a torn meniscus in the right knee.
I think it might be an issue of your copay.
Could be. But he's a man.
Yes, he is.
I mean, he's a man.
Fixed
His
my
entire
shoulder
staff.
over the winter, and I can almost move it. Feels great, Doc. I really appreciate it. No kidding. What would feel great right here would be a base hit by Edgar Renteria to put the Reds up.
Well, a 2-1 count on Renteria. Stubbs at first, Hannigan the runner at second, or third rather, and a little pop up. This is going to end the inning. So Loesch pitches out of major trouble. End of 3, no score in Cincinnati. retailers in our military around the world. JTM Food Group. Buy your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers where you can register to win the Tundra at Great American Ballpark. By Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by John Deere. Visit your local Cincinnati John Deere dealer this deer season. So here we go in the top of the 4th inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left for the Reds. No runs, no hits for the Cardinals. A challenging inning here for Bronson Arroyo. 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order. Rasmus, Pujols, Holiday. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Order online at papajohns.com tonight. Rasmus, the only base runner of the game so far for St. Louis. He had a 4-pitch walk his first time up. This time Arroyo ahead at 1-2. Hooked into right field, a base hit. Well, here we are in the opening game of this 3-game weekend series between bitter rivals, the Reds and the Cardinals. No score. Great to have you with us here on Fox Sports Ohio. Colby Rasmus, the first hit of the game for Bronson Arroyo, and here comes Albert Pujols.
Well, Arroyo pitched Albert consistently away the first time up. Eventually got him looking on a fastball on the outside corner. Does he change the way he does things?
One and one on Albert Pujols, 3-time National League Most Valuable Player. Most recently won it 2 years ago in 2009. Of course, it was brought up earlier. Chris touched on it that 7 years ago Pujols signed that deal, and my oh my, how time flies. Hard to believe this is the final year of that contract. And what will happen at the end of the year? Of course, the Cardinals were just in Chicago. There was so much speculation during spring training when the Cardinals and Pujols could not iron out a long-term contract. The Cubs would be the natural team to go out and get Pujols. But those that apparently know Tom Ricketts and the Ricketts family very well, the new owners of the Cubs, they say that's not Tom Ricketts' style.
You know, the interesting thing about Albert Pujols, and really great hitters do this, his top hand, he really just holds the bat in his fingers and doesn't cram that bat back into his palm. You know, I see so many young players, youth players, that they grab a baseball bat and they think they're swinging a sledgehammer. And when you watch Albert hold the bat, his top hand, he really just kind of guides it up here. He actually has his knocking knuckles kind of lined up right there, which is as dramatic as you can get as far as a fingertip grip with the top hand. All that power comes from pulling the knob with his left arm.
Base hit by diving Rolen into left field, and now here come the Cardinals. Back-to-back hits, their first 2 of the night against Bronson Arroyo.
Well, the difference between this rally and the Reds rally is that the Reds are at the bottom of the order, and here they are in the number 4 spot for Matt Holliday. Bronson gets a ground ball, but it's just beyond the grasp of the third baseman, Scott Rolen. That's not a bad pitch by Arroyo. Got him to roll over on it. Just didn't find a glove.
So now Rasmus runner at second, Pujols at first, and Votto plays behind him over there for Matt Holliday. Holliday flied out to short center field, ending the Cardinals' first inning. One to Holliday. See where this got him.
Well, he really goes after this pitch right there, and it's a changeup, and it hits him right either on the inside of the foot or right on the inside of the ankle. That baby is barking.
Holliday clearly in a lot of pain down there.
There's not a whole lot you can do about it if you're a trainer. What happened to the cold spray they used to have? They bring that little canister out. It looked like it would be in a metal cylinder.
Yep.
And they'd open that baby up, and it would spray some stuff on you. There would be ice crystals would form on your, wherever they sprayed it. I don't know what happened to those things.
One and one account on Holliday. Back in there. Arroyo delivers. Up and in, 2 balls and a strike.
We used to sneak some of those babies out of the trainer's bag, and have some great practical jokes.
I've had some morning where I'd like to spray that on my head.
You've had some days where you showed up and it looked like you sprayed it on your head. Today being one of them.
2 and 1 account on Holliday. Breaking ball fouled away. Holliday, the son of a baseball coach. His father for many years a head baseball coach at Oklahoma State University. In fact, Matt was going to go play for his dad there. But was a #1 pick by the Colorado Rockies. Or 7th round pick, I beg your pardon, in 1998. Signed with the Rockies, and boy, what a career he had in Colorado. Bouncing ball foul.
For anybody who thought that the numbers that Matt Holliday put up in Colorado were all because of Coors Field, they're probably swung around the other way by now, because he has put up some legitimate years here in a season and a half or so with the St. Louis Cardinals. Came over in 2009, ended up batting over 300 with the Cardinals. Had 28 home runs last year, drove in over 100. And he's off to a great start this year.
Hit hard into left field. And this is up against the wall. 1 run will score. An RBI double by Holliday, sending Pujols to third, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. Still nobody out in the inning.
Well, that looked like another changeup by Bronson Arroyo, but he got this baby up. And Matt Holliday really loves the ball up. You can see the way he sets up and holds his bat flat. That tells me he's a real good high ball hitter, and he jumps on this ball, and this barely stays in the ballpark. But you can see where that ball is in comparison to his waist. I mean, waist high, pretty much right down Broadway. You don't get it by a #4 hitter very often right there.
So now Berkman, who popped up to Renteria his first time up, looks at a strike. Talked about all the numbers for Berkman against the Reds in his career. 5 of the home runs in his career have been hit against Bronson Arroyo, and that's the most that Arroyo's given up to any player during his entire career.
One of the options for Dusty Baker is just to go ahead and walk Berkman here and put the force on. But they're going right after him, and Bronson Arroyo's now got him ahead 0-2. which does not mean you have him out.
Well, the Reds missed a big scoring chance in the bottom of the third inning. Runners at second and third and nobody, or one out, and failed to score. Cardinals 3 straight hits to begin this fourth inning. And a 1-0 lead. Still 0-2 to Berkman. Singles by Rasmus and Pujols, an RBI double by Holiday. And Arroyo still in search of his first out here in the inning. Just off the inside edge. Look no further than the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this Cardinal lineup and look at their runs batted in. And you can understand why St. Louis leads the league in runs scored this year. They're number 1 and the Reds are number 2.
One thing this St. Louis team does probably better than anybody else in the National League is make you throw strikes. They don't strike out very much and they take a lot of walks and they battle you and battle you. And you just watch the way that Lance Berkman, who's seeing the ball real well right now, look how he takes pitches that are seemingly on the plate, but they might just be an inch or so off. He doesn't even flinch.
Breaking ball up and in. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Berkman.
Doesn't have to be a strike here. You've got a base open.
In the air center field, plenty deep enough to bring in Pujols from third. The throw will go to third. And it's a 2-0 Cardinal lead.
Now the batting strikeouts in the National League, this is by team the fewest out there. Cardinals and the Philadelphia Phillies are the best in the league so far. Yeah, the difference right now, Tom, is the Reds have the same scoring opportunity that the Cardinals have. But I think that where it was in the order made a big difference. You got number 2 and 3 on, then you got 4, 5, and 6 coming up, as opposed to, you got 7 and 8 on. Now you've got the pitcher. They're going to sacrifice him over. There's an out right there. And then the top of the order is unable to get it done.
Strike one to Yadier Molina.
That defensive play that Tyler Green made coming to the plate is kind of a momentum changer at this point. You thought you had him on the ropes. You thought you had Kyle Lohse ready to give up a few runs, and you turn around in your inning and end up giving a couple in the same situation.
Holiday at second, 1 out, 2 runs home here in the St. Louis fourth. And there's a check swing, and that is a fair ball. And Arroyo will throw on to Votto for the second out. Holiday advancing on to third. Let's take a look at our AT&T trivia question for tonight. What 4 teams have the most World Series titles? Well, number 1 is a gimmick. That's a layup.
Number 27, or they've got 27 of them, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But what about the three behind him? We'll let you think about that. All right, runner at third, 2 men out. Descalso, his first time up, flied out to Jay Bruce and right. Ball one. One on and miss. 2 balls and a strike. Descalso, a third-round draft pick back in June of 2007. Out of the University of California, Davis in Northern California. 2-2. Played in 11 games for St. Louis last year, his first trip to the major leagues. Had a nice year in AAA for him. 71 runs batted in, 32 doubles. 3-2 to count. Payoff pitch coming. Hit hard into deep right field, and Bruce looks up. It's off the wall, and it'll be a 2-out double by Descalso, and that's a big hit. That makes it a 3-0 game.
He just hangs this ball. It looks like it's supposed to be down and off the plate, and he catches a middle third, or the inner third anyway. Descalso is strong enough nearly to get it out of the yard. So a 2-out ribeye for Daniel Descalso. That'll bring Brian Price out to the mound and just try to settle down Bronson Arroyo. You know, when you get the first 2 on and nobody out, you're thinking about damage control. You're thinking, all right, if I give up 1 run here, no problem. That would be great if I could only give up 1 run. If I give up 2 runs, well, that's not so bad either. But after that is when you need to slam the door. And that's why Price is out there right now. They cannot afford to allow this inning to continue. Now, the option for Dusty Baker is with a number 8 hitter up there, and Tyler Green. Not a great hitter, still a young hitter in the major leagues, but still an everyday player. Do you walk him now and pitch to Kyle Lohse and say, all right, let's just get out of this inning? Or do you go after Green and then hope that you can have Lohse to start the inning off next inning?
Well, Green flied out to short right his first time up. A .250 batter is Green. And a breaking ball in there, strike. Green, a former #1 pick. Got to go all the way back to 2005.
Got him out of Georgia Tech. He was quite a college player. He's had a couple of extended cups of coffee with the Cardinals the last couple of years. Each year batting in the 220s.
Hit hard, but right at Lewis, inning over. But a big inning for the Cardinals. 4 hits, 3 runs, a 3-0 St. Louis lead.
The first 10,000 fans, 14 and younger at the game, will receive a Reds Kids Cap courtesy of Biz and Oxydol. Get tickets to see the Reds and Cardinals at 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com today.
I will see if the Reds can get to work on Kyle Loesch. Trailing 3-0 after St. Louis scores all 3 of their runs in the top of this inning. Joey Votto struck out on 3 straight changeups. His first at bat, and he sees the first pitch fastball here, strike 1. Votto, Phillips, and Bruce against Loesch here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 0-2. And 2 to count on Votto. Great to have a big Reds fan here tonight. Little boy who had a chance to meet a couple of years ago, Logan Brinson. And at his first Reds game here tonight with some of his buddies. Of course, he is a walking testimony to all the unbelievable work they continue to do every hour of every day over at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. It's nice to have him stop by the booth here tonight.
Oh, he's pumped up.
So is Kyle Loesch. He has just struck out Joey Votto for the 2nd straight at bat.
Yeah, he did it a little bit differently this time. Added, subtracted, and then added. We got to get a friendly tap out of Brandon Phillips?
No.
Hey, Yachty, did you read my tweets today? Did you know that the Reds' favorite pregame meal on their plane is Chick-fil-A? That's what he tweeted today. I'm not making it up. Yeah. I know it's your favorite. I see you stuffing them in that backpack of yours like you need to take them home to Luke and Nella.
No. Not for them or their mom. They're for Dad.
Well, at least they're not going to waste.
0-1 to Brandon Phillips. He had a base hit in the right field his first time up.
Probably the kind of dad to make them eat their vegetables.
You try and you try and you try, but there's some things you just can't get done, right?
You're right about that.
One and 2 on Brandon Phillips. You know, we asked Dave Duncan, the Cardinal pitching coach, before the game today, what's the difference of Kyle Loesch this year as opposed to, last year? And he said, look, for the first time in 2 years, he wasn't worried about rehabbing an injury. He started last year hurt and then got healthy at the end of the year. And he said the guy just was able to do regular baseball activity. And he said that's pretty much the end of the story. Swung on and fouled out of play. And a boot down there by a sure-handed Reds fan. See a lot of big-time plays here in the stands, but maybe he did hang on. No, I'm told he didn't. But then he got it anyway. It's all right. He tried. That's right. Kept it in front of him. Still made the play. Good work. Strike 3 on the inside edge. Votto and Phillips gone on strikes to begin the 4th. Get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with the Emmy Award-winning Reds live on Fox Sports Ohio at our home over in the Fox Sports Ohio condominium over on the main concourse third base side. Always a big crowd hanging around before we get started. All wanting just to see in person Jim Day and Jeff Pecora.
You talk about the Kyle Loesch injury. It all started with, not all of it, but what his most recent injury was, started in 2009 in June when he got hit in the arm, his pitching arm, with a line drive. And it really never came around. He ended up having surgery last year in the middle of the year. So the starts that he had, 18 of them last year, half of them were before the injury and the surgery, and half afterwards.
Bruce, a high fly ball into left center will chase Rasmus to the track, but the inning is over. For 3, 4, and 5, easily retired by Loesch in the fourth. Cardinals lead 3-0. Bid on a basement finishing system from the Basement Guys, valued at $20,000. Go to foxsportsohio.com and place your bid. Bronson Arroyo, 16 pitches in the first, 13 in the second, 10 in a perfect third. Then the Cardinals sent 7 men to the plate. 4 hits and 3 runs in the fourth, and 35 pitches in that frame for Arroyo, trying to get through the fifth quickly. Kyle Loesch to lead things off at strike 1 to Loesch. Well, we understand big news starting to sneak out in regard to Justin Verlander of the Detroit Tigers. His last start, a no-hitter. 5 innings tonight, a no-hitter. Only once, and it was a Cincinnati Red. Has a pitcher thrown no-hitters in back-to-back starts. Of course, that was a great Johnny Vandermeer. Apparently Verlander walked a batter in the second inning and now has retired 12 in a row. We'll keep you posted. Gone swinging Loesch to begin the fifth. All right, our AT&T trivia question about what 4 teams have won the most World Series titles. No, the Yankees are number 1. And look who's number 2. The Cardinals with 10. Athletics 9, Red Sox 7. Reds would be next on that list with 5 of them.
Tied with the Pirates right there, are they not?
Indeed. One and one to Nick Punto, 0 for 2 in the game, is fouled out to Rowan and bounced out to Votto. That's a pitch Arroyo's just not getting. Coming in through the side gate to a left-handed batter, and a couple of times has just missed.
And that's a sidearm curveball, but it looks like he's getting on top of it so much that it's actually breaking the other way. Sounds unusual, but it's a weird thing that happens sometimes with a breaking ball. You hear a lot of a backup slider. Well, that's the same thing for Arroyo, but this time with a curveball. That's a mental mistake. Wow. A one-out walk to the leadoff batter. And now you got the horses coming out of the barn. Second walk of the game given up by Arroyo. Rasmus has walked, singled, and scored. Popped up short left. Renteria out to get it. 2 out. So now Albert with 1 on and 2 men out. Pujols has struck out looking, singled, and scored. Ball 1. Playable for Jay Bruce in right. So 1 out walk in the inning, but no damage done. Reds come to bat. Bottom of the 5th, still down 3. Join the Reds and try the Mike Sells picnic tent. You can enjoy a private ballpark buffet. You mingle before the game and head to your field box seats right down the first base line and catch the action. Open the groups 25 to 200. Call 765-7600 or visit reds.com/groups. Hey, by the way, checking in one more time on Justin Verlander, a Melky Cabrera triple with 2 outs in the 6th inning has broken up a no-hit bid for Justin Verlander. Reds here down 3-0, 0-2 to Roland. His first game back in the lineup.
since April the 20th, and he bounced into a very unroutine-like 4-3-5 double play. Brandon Phillips, the runner at first, was running. Roland grounded out, and there's a base hit into center field. The second baseman threw him out. Phillips thought he'd fool everybody and go first or third on a routine ground out. And then Pujols threw Phillips out at third.
Oh, you miss Scott Rowland so much. And take a look at that statistically. With Scott Rowland in the lineup, he's played 178 games with the Reds, and their winning percentage is over 60%. When he's not starting, it's down around 45%. So, yes, the presence in the lineup. The difference now, though, is that Scott Rowland coming back off that injury does not get penciled right into the cleanup spot. He's down number 6 in the lineup, batting behind Jay Bruce and in front of Freddie Lewis.
Well, you talk about a couple of gamers on a pair of Cardinal teams that went to World Series over there, the corner infield. And there's a base hit by Lewis. He's 2 for 2. So the Reds, for the second time in the game tonight, have 2 on and nobody out.
That's a nice stroke right there by Freddie Lewis, staying behind the ball nicely, using the whole field. I mean, the guy's built like a football player. I mean, he's just as strong as a bull. But when you can commit to hitting the ball the other way like that, you're going to have your success against those right-handers that throw good changeups. That's what they're trying to get you to do. If you roll over on that ball, pull it to the right side of the infield, and hit into a double play.
Hannigan now walked his first time up. And he takes high for ball 1. Of course, here we are with the Reds again, something you talked about, Chris. You know, they're at the bottom part of the batting order. But, I mean, you got to lean on guys to get it done. They had Lewis and Hannigan on to begin the third. Arroyo advanced him with a bunt, but the Reds failed to score. And now here's the number 8 hole hitter, Hannigan. He's been red hot of late.
Yeah, what you can depend on with Ryan Hannigan, really whether he's in a groove hitting the ball well or not, is just giving you a good tough at bat. Rarely do you see him go up there early in the count, swing at a pitcher's pitch and make himself an easy out. And because of that, he's an ideal number 8 hitter because you get pitched around a lot, hitting 8th with the pitcher coming up behind you.
Pretty good location right there in a 2-0 pitch. I mean, if you hit that ball, you're barely making contact above the knuckles.
Well, especially for a guy like Hannigan who loves to hit the ball out over the plate, up the middle, and into right field.
Little buzz in the crowd. Reds down 3-0, but 2 on and none out here in the bottom of the 5th. Hard hit ball, but right at Punto, and that's out number 1, and Arroyo coming up.
Well, the Reds have not caught the break of hitting a ball hard with a runner in scoring position, getting something out of it. Drew Stubbs hit a sizzler at the shortstop. That is a hard hit ball right at Punto at second base. Attaballs.
Well, now the Cardinals again believe, with 1 out in the inning, that Arroyo's up there to bunt, and he might be. But we have seen Arroyo multiple times square around a bunt, pull that bat back, and then take a swing. And you've got both corner infielders, especially Pujols again at first, playing way in.
He's way in the front of the batter's box, Tom. That tells me he's going to bunt. See where his foot is, way up here in the front of the box, trying to give as much fair territory as possible.
Bunts it, but bunts it foul. Yeah. Behind 0-2.
After chasing a high one, he's. Hey, the other thing, he looks like he's battling with some coughing issues up there. You know, he's been diagnosed with mononucleosis. You wonder if maybe he's hurting a little bit. He's coughed ever since he's come out of the dugout here.
Two and Arroyo again squaring and pulls it away, takes high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, pitch by pitch, he'll come way out of the box, take a look down at Mark Berry, the Reds' third base coach. We'll see if he's still up there to bunt. Squared around. Loesch going to play to third, and he gets he out there.
Well, a different runner this time for the Reds out there. He had Freddie Lewis at second base last time. He bounces off the bag, but the ball goes right back to Kyle Loesch, who makes his mind up before he even fields the ball. He realizes 1 hop right there, 2 hops, I'm going to get it, spin and throw. It's a forced play at third base, an easy play for a pitcher to make that, especially when the bunt comes right back to him. So Reds aren't even able to get the runners moved up.
So here we are for a second time where the Reds start an inning with runners at first and second and nobody out. And for the second time, they're looking for a 2-out hit to score a single run. Ball 1 to Drew Stubbs. He was up there with runners at second and third and 1 out back in the third. And hit a bullet 1 hopper at the shortstop. And Tyler Green threw out Lewis trying to score. 2-0 to Stubbs, 7 home runs, so more than capable with 1 mighty crack of the bat of tying this game up. Stubbs has knocked in 7 runs in his last 9 games. .30 breaking ball into a strike. Big pitch right here. 3-1 to Drew Stubbs. And they're loaded.
Goes to show you, though, the confidence that Kyle Loesch now has in his changeup. He used to use a blazing fastball anywhere from 91 to 94 miles an hour and then use that changeup as a strikeout pitch. He's now trying to use it at any count to get a hitter to pound it into the ground.
Well, now the white hankies are out, much like we saw in the postseason a year ago. They're loaded for Edgar Renteria. You wonder that if a ball is put in play by Renteria with all those white hankies being waved around, I mean, could that affect an infielder or an outfielder picking up the ball?
Well, it's almost like playing in a very high sky. You just don't want, once you get the ball tracked, you don't take your eye off it.
Of course, you got to make contact to worry about that. And right now it's 0-2 on Renteria on a pair of swings and misses. Up down the first base line and out of play. Renteria has not looked good his first 2 times up against Loesch tonight. Pitches down and away from him, chasing Popped up to shallow center his first time up. Popped up to Pujols. Stranding 2 to end the third inning. And he's got him loaded here with 2 out. Still 1-2. Reds down 3-0. Renteria trying to put a crooked number on the scoreboard for Cincinnati with the bases loaded and 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. Stays high to even it up.
Boy, that's a changeup. The Kyle Lohse is very fortunate that he did not get that ball down 3 or 4 inches. You know, you can hang a breaking ball or a changeup and throw it so high that it stays up out of the strike zone. If you finish it off just a little bit more and roll it up there like a cement mixer, those are the ones that get crushed.
2-2 delivery on Renteria. Full count.
I think that's an attempt at a slider right there. Last 2 pitches. He's just not finishing that ball. Well, the advantage here, you've got the best speed in the house standing at first base. A long single could score 3.
They strand 3. 3-0 game. Break it all down. Brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Couple of huge missed chances tonight for the Reds. First and second, none out, did not score in the third. First and second, none out, did not score in the fifth. And they're down 3-0. And Renteria has been right there, and Lohse had been picking on him. He made the final out with 2 on in the third, leaves him loaded with a strikeout in the fifth. Three runs, 4 hits, 3 left for the Cardinals. No runs, 4 hits, 5 left for the Reds. It'll be Holliday, Berkman, and Molina against Bronson Arroyo here in the 6th. Holliday knocked in the game's first run with a double off the left field wall in the 4th inning. And if you're just joining us, all 3 Cardinal runs came in that 4th inning. What has happened here tonight, of course, we still have a long way to go. And it's only a 3-0 game, but basically a microcosm of the way things have gone in the Cardinals versus the Reds here the last couple of years. When the Cardinals have needed to make the big pitch and get the big out, they've made it. And when the Reds have had a chance to get a big hit in a big situation, they haven't. That's not to say that can't get turned around with one big swing of the bat here over the final 4 innings of the game. It certainly can. Base hit by Holliday on a 2-strike pitch in the left field.
Yeah, pretty good pitch right there by Bronson Arroyo. That's just a real good bit of hitting by Matt Holliday. He's got great plate coverage. He's a big guy, has long arms, and you hang that pitch right there and you think, all right, I'm going to get a ground ball. But he goes out and reaches at it, gets it on the end of the bat, but he's so strong that he's able to still put some good overspin on it and find a hole right there. A little bit of skill, a little bit of luck.
But now Berkman, who's popped up to short, had a sac fly to knock in a run on a fly ball to center in the 4th inning.
Well, you can see the game plan the Reds have for Lance Berkman, at least with Arroyo out there. Pitch him inside. Try to take the power away. This guy loves to get his arms extended. He can hit the ball out any part of this ballpark. They just try to just jam him with fastball after fastball, then tease him, go low and away with something off speed like that.
Big crowd on a very nice, pleasant evening of Friday night here in Cincinnati. Gone swinging is Berkman on 3 pitches, and that's 3 strikeouts in the game for Bronson Arroyo.
Well, Berkman, who was so hot for the Cardinals just a couple of weeks ago, suddenly has gotten a little bit cooled off last week or so. He changes a nice pitch down. Good movement on that pitch, and Arroyo picks up a strikeout, the 3rd of the game for Bronson.
Yadier Molina has lined to center and bounced out to Arroyo. Topper down to 3rd, should be 2. There's 1, and it's in the dirt. And on to 2nd base goes Molina.
I'll tell you what, you've got to credit Matt Holliday for that bad throw out of the arm of Brandon Phillips. I mean, he went into Phillips like gangbusters out there. A slow roller. This is an opportunity right now. If you're a runner, you can break up this double play, and he goes well past the bag and really interferes with Phillips. That's coming after him right there. Clean, hard baseball.
So now you give St. Louis an extra out. And here's Descalso, who had a 2-out run scoring double off the right field wall in the 3-run 4th inning. fouled away, strike one. Reds will have Votto, Phillips, and Bruce due up. They're hoping for a lot more than that in the home half of the 6th inning. Reds opening a 7-game homestand overall here tonight. We know about the 3 against the Cardinals. The Cubs come in for 2 starting Monday. The Pirates in for 2 beginning Wednesday, and then an extended road trip will follow. And there's another 2-out hit by Descalso. They're going to wave around the runner. Here comes a throw to the plate, not in time. Well, you give him an extra out, and again, a microcosm of the Reds and the Cardinals the last couple of years. Said it before the inning began, and here you see it again.
Well, that ball was up. Bronson Arroyo trying to get him and chase a little sinker down and away, and he gets it up. Descalso, good plate coverage. He's had a couple of really good at-bats. I mean, he doesn't give you what David Freese might give you on an everyday basis, but this guy's a little gamer.
They're going to walk the number 8 hitter, Tyler Green. It is a 4-0 Cardinal lead. So the walk to Green, 3rd walk overall issued in the game by Arroyo, the first of the intentional variety. And here's Loesch, who has bounced to the mound and struck out. Looked like Arroyo is out of this inning on a routine ground ball down to 3rd. The Cardinals, they've been scoring with 2 outs against everybody so far this year. Ball took a big hop on Roland, and he throws out Loesch to end the inning. A scoring inning for St. Louis after 5.5, 4-0 Redbirds. Hard hit ball with runners at 2nd and 3rd by Stubbs. But right out the shortstop, Green, who made a nice throw to cut down Fred Lewis. Coors Light Freeze Can, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Well, the Cardinals tack on a run of their lead here in the top of the 6th inning, and the Reds trying to depth the scoreboard against Kyle Loesch. Votto, Phillips, Bruce. Joey has struck out swinging twice. In the air, looked like he got it off the end of the bat, but it's going to carry up against the wall. And this will be a double by Votto. And so that's the way the Cincinnati 6th inning begins.
Well, in this ballpark, when you're as strong as Joey Votto, you don't have to get on him. But he went down, and that was a Kyle Loesch. It looked like another changeup that he throws up there that he just catches more of the inner part of the plate than he wants to. Boy, Bergman makes a nice attempt right there. That ball nearly popped right to hit the top of the fence and went out of here.
Safe at second, Joey Votto, safe and secure in New York life. Of course, for Berkman, he's going back into the outfield for the first time in a long time. I mean, in recent years, he has been the everyday first baseman for the Astros. Signing with the Cardinals, he knew he was going to the outfield. They already have a guy playing first base. Brandon is singled and struck out. Of course, the Reds had Loesch on the ropes in the bottom of the 5th inning. They had first and second, nobody out. Had him loaded with 2 men out before he struck out Renteria. And a double by Votto starts the bottom of the 6th inning. And there's a one-hopper. Play made by Punto. Votto advances, 1 out.
Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu. Inspired solutions, better results. JTM.
Good to see your longtime buddy from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, PGA Tour professional Steve Flesh, stopping by the broadcast booth tonight.
Brought his son Griffin up here for a little extra special good luck.
Runner at third, 1 out for Jay Bruce. 0 for 2. Jay is fouled out to Molina and flied out to left center.
Imperative you get this run in right here. There's just no other way around it. You let Kyle Loesch out of another situation with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. You're giving a message you don't want to win this ball game.
I mean, sooner or later the Reds are going to have to make a statement. I mean, they made a statement by winning the division, but make a statement to these Cardinals that, you know, we're not going to be dominated by this team anymore. And I mean, the Cardinals have just dominated the Reds, and there's no other 2 ways about it. I mean, make no mistake, the Cardinals would have flip-flopped with the Reds last year, you know, getting kicked around by Cincinnati head-to-head, but winning the division. 2-2 the count. You thought maybe they had set that tone by coming back to win the game that Chris Carpenter started in that series in St. Louis, the 2nd game earlier this year, after losing the opener, but it came back to win in game 2. And there's a jam shot that'll not be fielded. And Votto scores. That'll be an infield hit, more than likely for Bruce, and an RBI.
Finally a break for the Reds right there. Not because they were going to get the run. They're going to get the run either way on that. A little miscommunication maybe between a couple of guys that aren't used to playing with each other out there. Punto, the second baseman, Tyler Green cuts in front of him at the last minute. So not only does Jay Bruce get the run in, but he's also the beneficiary of a misplay out there to enable him to get an infield hit.
All right, now maybe you take advantage of a little jam shot in the infield. And here's Roland. He looks at ball 1. So the Reds on the board. Now it's a 4-1 game. Roland bounced into a double play his first time up and singled to center field just 1 inning ago. That ball driven hard into deep right center field, and Berkman is not going to get it. No chance he was going to get it. Rounding third and scoring is Jay Bruce, and Rowland makes it a 2-run game. Welcome back to the lineup, Scotty Rowland.
Yeah, Scotty Rowland has only been activated in the lineup for less than 2 hours. He's already picked up a couple of hits and driven in a big run in this ball game. Going the other way as he does so well with some power. And a good jump, good read by Jay Bruce, scoring all the way from first base. And suddenly you got a 2-run ball game. That may be the statement that the Reds needed to kind of get them going a little bit.
Right now, Fred Lewis, a perfect 2 for 2. A pair of singles, both of them to the left side. Now Lewis with an RBI chance. Strike one. Ball and 1 strike. Loesch closing in on the 100 pitch mark. No action in the St. Louis bullpen. Of course, they're using a closer by committee these days. Their starter or closer at the beginning of the year, Ryan Franklin, has lost his job.
They are second in the league in blown saves, surpassed only by the Houston Astros. We've seen how bad that bullpen is. I'm not saying the Cardinal bullpen is bad, but it's certainly not up to the measure that Tony La Russa usually runs out there year after year. Tonight it'll be Joe Patine, acting manager. They'll eventually, probably, call on somebody out there.
Well, the hard-throwing Jason Mott now gets up and starts to loosen. 1 and 2 on Lewis. And that ball's in the air to left field. And playable for Holiday, 2 out. Now you have Ryan Hannigan coming up. The Reds would undoubtedly bat for Arroyo should we get to the pitcher spot due up next. They've already had action in their bullpen during this entire inning. The right-hander Mike Leake and the left-hander Bill Bray. Of course, the Reds on their bench have nothing but right-handed batters. Giannis, Heisey, Gomes, Cairo, Hernandez. Strike 1 to Ryan Hannigan, who's walked and hit the ball very hard his last time up. The line drive right at the second baseman Punto. Johnny Gomes has moved into the on-deck circle. Hoping for a chance here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A 2-run 6 for the Reds against Loesch. Breaking ball away to even the count. And again, the tying run to the plate has a pair of home runs so far this year. Nice pickup by Descalso, and he throws out Hannigan. But the Reds finally break through with a pair in the 6th. We go to the 7th, a 2-run St. Louis lead. Columbus, Ohio, brought to you by AT&T, by Cincinnati Children's in the top 10 for all selected pediatric specialties in U.S. News and World Report's 2010 Best Children's Hospitals. By your Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com. And by Wendy's, you know when it's real. Well, the night is over for Bronson Arroyo. Allows 4 runs in 6 innings. And now taking over on the mound is left-hander Bill Bray.
Well, he pitched in back-to-back games in Houston. The 9th and the 10th had a couple of days off. He has been one very reliable left-handed reliever to come in and get out of an inning, get a left-hander out, and that's probably what we're looking at here for Bill Bray. Of course, you got Punto leading off. He's right-handed or switch hitter, and then Colby Rasmus, the left-hander. And in all likelihood, when you get down to Pujols and Holiday, 2 right-handers in a row, and Berkman, Dusty Baker just might go to the bullpen.
Punto is fouled out to third, grounded to first, and then drew a 1-out walk from Arroyo in the 5th. Arroyo goes 6 innings, allows 6 hits, 4 runs. You can't assume the double play. Taken on the outside corner, a strike. And of the 4 runs that were allowed by Arroyo, 3 of the 4 are earned runs. I say you can't assume the double play, but of course a throwing error by Brandon Phillips allowed that runner who hit the ball that would have been a double play to go to second. And then a single knocked him in, which made it an unearned run in the 6th.
Yeah, you know what, Tom, I call that a forced error out there, because the way Holiday went into Brandon Phillips at second base, he just made it impossible for him to get a normal throw off. It wasn't like Brandon fielded the ball, had all day long, and was able just to fire it uncontested. And it wasn't the threat of Holiday coming in there. He was coming in there physically. His right foot was up, coming over the bag. I mean, Phillips had nowhere to go. But that's the way you play.
2-2 to Punto. And it's swung on and fouled out of play. Boy, what an important inning now. Every out for Reds pitching. Trying to keep it here at a 2-run spread and give the Reds offense a chance against what has been a shaky bullpen the entire early part of this year for the Cardinals. They have a lot of young guys, and we talked to Dave Duncan at length before the game today about where are they in terms of closing games. They don't have much experience at all of the trio right now that they're putting their trust into. Fernando Salas, Eduardo Sanchez, and Mitchell Boggs. Now they have right-hander Miguel Bautista, who's been around forever, getting ready in the Cardinal bullpen. And there's a walk to the leadoff man to begin the inning. Follow the Reds with MLB.com at @11. And text to 31826 or visit Reds.com for details. Wow.
Second time in the last 2 at-bats for Nick Punto that he draws a walk to lead the inning off.
And the 3rd time in now 7 plate appearances where you have walked the first batter in the order or the second batter in the order to get to all the hammers in the middle of the order.
Go figure.
Rasmus drew the walk in the 1st inning. Punto in the 5th, and now Punto here in the 7th. On Colby Rasmus. It was a very interesting conversation with Dusty Baker before the game today as it relates to Aroldis Chapman. He made it clear a couple of days ago after a 2nd straight terrible outing.
3rd straight.
And really, you could almost say a 4th straight, because he had the game against Florida where he gave up his first earned runs of the year. So, I mean, He is struggling and struggling mightily. They very much believe, however, that they can, get the mechanical flaw straightened out and getting him to throw strikes again soon. And the most interesting part of the conversation is Dusty said, we've put him into games here recently that were, big leads and games that, every game's still a contest and you're competing, but games you feel like you can get him out there and not put your club in danger of losing a big lead, which they really did the other night. And it almost made you wonder, is he thinking that if I put him into a tight game, maybe that'll be better for him? Slow roll to Phillips. They'll get the lead runner. One out in the inning. But now do they come get him? Yes, they will. They'll get Bray. With a right-handed batter, Pujols, another righty, Holiday on deck. They have Mike Leake getting ready in the bullpen. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the pen. We'll talk more about Leake when we come back. How much longer will he be pitching out of relief? We'll pose that question to the professor, Chris Welsh. St. Louis leading 4-2. Fred Lewis is taken out of the game. Part of a double switch. Chris Heisey coming in, and now on to pitch is Mike Leake.
Third time out of the bullpen for this young right-hander, right out of college after his junior season at Arizona State last year. Made 6 starts earlier in the year, mixed results. Now he's in the bullpen pitching mainly in long relief. But one thing you can depend on with Mike Leake, that he'll throw some strikes. 32 strikeouts, 12 bases on balls, and the efforts he put up there so far this year. In his last outing, got tagged with the loss in Houston when Hunter Pence went down the right field line with a double to bring the winning run in.
All right, so Mike Leake to face Albert Pujols. And you wonder how much longer Leake will continue this role working out of the bullpen. Well, you're talking about a guy who's your #1 pick a year ago. He clearly is a big part of your future rotation. And here he is working out of your bullpen now.
Well, he's clearly going to stay in the ball game, because that's why Dusty Baker made the double switch by putting Heisey in left. Leake due up, or the pitcher spot due up first, coming up for the Reds in the bottom of the inning.
You know, the part about making a double switch here is if the Cardinals, who have only one left-hander in their bullpen, if they're going to bring a left-hander into this game in a key spot, more than likely, and it depends on how the lineup rolls over, it's only coming for one guy, and that's Joey Votto. And there's a base hit into center field. Foley comes into the game, and Pujols slams one into center. His second hit with Rasmus on to second base.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that this is really the role that they had expected Mike Leake to take over when they sent him to the bullpen in the first place. When they took him out of the starting rotation, Dusty Baker was quoted as saying he's a perfect long man, which means in my mind he can get loose very quickly. He can give you extended innings, whether you get him in early in a game or late in a ball game when you're tied up and going extra innings. He's the kind of guy you like on your ball club. But here you are in the 7th inning in kind of a strained situation, and now you're using him as more or less a setup guy.
There's been a lot of talk about Jose Arredondo coming up from the minor leagues. And, when will he be here with a big league club? That one taking 2-0 now to Matt Holliday.
It's not an easy adjustment for a starting pitcher to go to the bullpen anyway. And it's got to even be a little bit more difficult for a young pitcher like Mike Leake, who really has very little experience at all pitching out of relief.
Falling behind 2-0 to Holliday, and now it is 3 balls and no strikes. The inning began with Bray walking Punto. They got a force out. Out went Bray. In comes Leake. Base hit by Pujols. Three and 1 to Holliday. Cardinals trying to recapture the momentum after the Reds scored twice to get within 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. They have 2 on, and there is a base hit into right field. They're going to throw to the plate. They're not going to get Rasmus. And now a 3-run lead again. It all began with a leadoff walk. There is nobody else getting loose in the Reds bullpen. It's a 2-run game in the 7th inning. And now a 3-run game. Berkman, he takes inside, ball 1. Of course, you're allowing Berkman now to bat left-handed, where he has always been a far stronger batter. Chris mentioned earlier in this first little mini slump of the year. I mean, the numbers don't lie, and they haven't throughout his career. Left-handed this year, hitting .388, right-handed batting .259. There you see, career-wise, and that's a pile of at-bats. Forget the home runs. That's irrelevant because of the total number of at-bats. And that one back to the screen, and the Munners move up. Well, the Reds are letting this game just slip away right before their very eyes.
Yeah, in a very ugly way, and it's all in all likelihood now they're going to go ahead and walk Lance Berkman and set up the force again. That's a big pitch right there with just one out. You lose the double play. Now Hannigan is flashing some signs of the infield. I think they probably will walk him.
ball four to Berkman. That'll load him up. You have Pujols at third, Holiday at second. You have Berkman on at first.
Brian Price will go out to the mound and try to settle him down. Maybe go over a scouting report. Maybe just try to give Mike Leake a little break and some confidence. With two Reds relievers in this inning, 5 batters, 1 batter retired.
Of course, the Reds have used so frequently here over the last week and a half the duo of Logan Ondrusek and Nick Masson. Sam LeCure had to come to the rescue again of Edinson Volquez a couple of days ago, pitching multiple innings out of a pen. But it's quite clear that here in the 7th inning, this is Mike Leake's inning to sink or swim. And they are loaded for Yadier Molina. Still only a 3-run game. Back to the mound. 1, 2, 3. Baseball is in a prime time. The defending world champion Giants are at Wrigley Field to take on the Cubs. Fox Saturday Baseball prime time tomorrow night beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern. If you're wondering why we're playing a 4:10 game here tomorrow, that would be the reason. 3 straight weeks Fox Saturday Baseball will be in prime time, including a couple of weeks from now the Reds in Atlanta to take on the Braves Saturday night. John Jay will replace Lance Berkman out in right field. And taking over on the mound. What a year for this 40-year-old plus right-hander.
And he really kicked it into gear somewhere around the middle of April. In fact, he has not given up an earned run since April the 16th, nearly a month ago. Miguel Batista.
I tell you, I hearken back frequently to that Arizona Diamondback team that won the World Series in 2001, and all the pub that guys like Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson got that year, and rightfully so. They were 2 of the most dominant pitchers on the planet that year. But I'm not so sure at the end of the day that Arizona wins that World Series were it not for Miguel Batista. He made 1 start in the World Series against the Yankees. Game 3 in Yankee Stadium. Less than a month after, a little more than a month after 9/11. And there's a base hit in the left field by Heisey. So, I mean, think back to where our country was. Here the Yankees were playing in the World Series. You know, 9/11 was a month and a half before, and the Yankees are playing their first World Series game since then. President Bush threw out the first pitch. It was an unbelievable night. Unbelievable night. And all he did was go out there and shut out the Yankees for 7 2/3 innings, allowing 5 hits, and the Arizona bullpen blew the game.
That was a great series to watch.
And it was something to be there, let me tell you, man. Here's Stubbs. Strike one. When George Bush walked out that night on the Yankee Stadium mound and they had that hawk that came flying through the air, Challenger was the Hawk's name. And when he threw out that first pitch in that environment that night, I think you could live a long time and never be anywhere and have that kind of feeling in a lifetime. One and one to Drew Stubbs. Still a 3-run game with a leadoff man aboard here in the Cincinnati 7th inning. Two and one to Stubbs. Seemingly against everybody else last year, and frequently already this year, we've seen the Reds rally late, come from behind to get big wins. Can they do it against this Cardinal team here tonight? Off the end of the batter roller, foul. Two to Stubbs. Ball four, and now the tying run comes to the plate. 2 on and nobody out.
Tom, you mentioned that there's only one left-hander in that Cardinal bullpen, Trevor Miller, and he is down there warming up. And after Renteria, you've got the lefty Votto, the righty Phillips, and then Jay Bruce.
You know, real quick, I want to correct something. I said one of the dumbest things I've ever said in my life a second ago, and I just realized it. That bird was an eagle, not a hawk.
Okay.
What a dummy. 2 on, nobody out. Here's Edgar Renteria. Good breaking ball by Batista for a strike.
Yeah, he throws a nice slider, Batista does, and he can roll them up there one after another. Also throws a little split finger fastball that goes straight down. Would love to get a ground ball double play.
Renteria just 3 hits in his last 26 at bats. 0 for 3 here tonight, and has left 5 men on base. Kyle Lohse goes 6 innings, allows 7 hits and 2 earned runs. He walked 2 and struck out 4. this game clearly in the hands of the Cardinal bullpen. And that is a base hit down the line. Rounding third and scoring is Heisey, scoring is Stubbs, a one-run game.
Only in the game of baseball where you can look so bad on one play or a swing and then come right back on the very next one and hit a rocket down the line to drive a couple of runs in. That's the difference for Miguel Bautista, throwing that ball on the outer part of the plate or off the plate and hanging it inside like he did right there to Edgar Renteria.
Well, that's all for Miguel Bautista. Dave Duncan going to make the pitching change. We said they had one left-hander in their bullpen, and he would get ready for one guy. Miller to face Votto. Tying run at second. For the seventh inning, the Reds have scored twice. Nobody out, runner at second. Now, Joey Votto, it doesn't matter left-handers or right-handers. Look at those numbers against the lefties, 469. But against this particular left-hander, Trevor Miller, only 1 out of 8.
What Joey Votto likes to do against left-handers is look for the breaking ball, hit it the other way. That's Miller's game plan against left-handed hitters. He throws from down around sidearm, not quite underneath sidearm, but low enough that he gets real good side-to-side movement on his breaking ball. It'll go this way.
1-0 to Votto, and it sweeps away 2-0. Now, one thing Miller has done this year, left-handed batters are only 3 for 16 overall against him this year. You see the numbers for Votto with runners in scoring position. But Miller has walked 4 left-handed batters.
Well, he's in here right now because if you walk Votto, he's the winning run or the go-ahead run. And you don't want to do that when you're on the road. That's why you're seeing a matchup of Miller and Votto here instead of an intentional walk. That's how much Joey Votto looks for a breaking ball from a left-hander. Here it is 2-0. It's a fastball count. You're thinking he's coming after you with a fastball. And even if he does, Votto spits on it and says, I'm going to look for something I can hit the other way. And that's what he's been doing so well.
2-1 to Votto. Chased a pitch up. Didn't have a lot of hair on it, but had enough when it's up in the zone.
Went first 2 pitches breaking balls, last 2 pitches fastballs. Guy's a very tough left-handed pitcher.
3-2. We have the talented young right-hander Fernando Salas getting loose in the St. Louis bullpen. Still 3-2 on Joey Votto. Votto struck out swinging in the first, did the same in the fourth against Kyle Loesch, and hit a ball off the right field wall for a double and scored the first Reds run an inning ago. Still 3-2.
Good battle here. Pitch number 8.
Came back with a breaking ball there at 77 miles per hour, and Votto able to foul it away. There'll be a 9th pitch in the at-bat.
You know, you're almost thinking, Tom, that Miller is not going to get a breaking ball by Votto without him at least fouling it off. He eventually is going to have to go to that fastball. But does he want to throw it in the strike zone?
He threw the fastball there, and that was his best fastball so far in this at-bat.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour for this one.
Now Yadier Molina coming out in the 10th pitch.
He's been around
in this at bat.
He's been around a little bit. They're going to talk it over, but Miller knows what he's doing. I mean, he's played for a bundle of teams. Broke in 1996 with Detroit. He's played for Houston twice, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Toronto, Tampa Bay, and the last 3 seasons with the Cardinals. Originally from Louisville, Kentucky.
Guy's made a good living.
He certainly has.
For a long time.
Coming in and pitching actually most every year in more games than innings pitched.
All right, 10th pitch of the at-bat. Tying run out at second base. Nobody out here in the Reds' 7th inning. And he walked in. What an at-bat by Votto. And now the Reds have 2 on. And you don't have a typical number 4 hitter coming up here now. We told you Fernando Salas is ready in the bullpen. And Joe Petiti, his first appearance, comes out of the dugout. And he is signaled for Salas. Question now is Chris Welch. And sit on this question. Do they ask Brandon Phillips now to bunt down a run with nobody out in the 7th?
Tell you when I come back.
Sit on that. after their very brief conversation. He's going to walk down and take a look at the scouting report they have in a notebook in front of hitting coach Brooke Jacoby about young Fernando Salas.
Well, that scouting report goes something like this. He's got a nice short arm delivery. He throws the ball up anywhere from 89, 93 miles an hour. Has a slider that he likes to use. Will not use many changeups. So I think that now that Brandon has gone down and looked at the scouting report, very unlikely that he's up there to bunt.
Well, the Cardinals are certainly believing he's up there to bunt.
Well, they're not committed. At least not the first baseman or the third baseman. They're even with the bag, and he is bunting.
And I mean, you can't roll it out there any better than that. Well done by Brandon Phillips. Applaud indeed. So the table is set for Jay Bruce. I mean, these are at-bats you dream about. Runners at second and third. Your team down a run in the bottom of the seventh inning against your big rival, but he's not going to get a chance to swing the bat. They're going to intentionally walk him and take their chances with Scotty Rowland. It's one thing for young guys like Jay Bruce to dream about at bats like this. For guys like Rowland, they've been down this road so many, many, many times before. His first game back since April the 20th. His first at bat tonight, he bounced into a double play. In the fifth inning, he singled into center field and knocked in a run with a double to right center 1 inning ago. Tying run at third, go ahead run at second, 1 out. Ball 1. Ball and 1 strike on Rowland. And this is not going to get the job done. Infield fly rule in effect here, and that is a huge out in the inning for Salas. And so here is where, of course, you made the double switch. Instead of having a left-hander, Fred Lewis, you have a right-handed hitter in Cairo.
Another former Cardinal with a chance to do in his former team. Rowland puts a pretty good swing on it, but Salas has got life to that fastball. When he gets it up in the zone, it's awfully tough to get on top of.
Boy, so many times tonight already, the Reds have had a runner at third, less than 2 men out. And in fact, in every one of those situations tonight, they have not driven in the run. I take that back. When Votto was at third, they had the infield hit by Bruce. But it failed a couple of other times, and now it's up to Cairo, the 9th man to bat in the inning. And that's a foul ball. Of course, Tuesday night in Houston, Cairo reached base 5 times in 1 game. Had 3 hits, a walk, and was hit by a pitch.
Well, they are really playing Miguel Cairo very shallow. Look where Colby Rasmus is playing in center field. He's moved in at least 15 feet from where he normally plays. And the same way with the right fielder.
John Jay out there as part of a switch when this inning began for Lance Berkman. Renteria, Votto, and Bruce aboard. 2 out and a 1-1 count on Miguel Cairo. And now 1-2. Try to get him a chase at 1-2, and oftentimes with the bases loaded, you talk about the action pitch in and back. Pitchers clearly with the bases loaded don't like that 3-2 thing, so this figures to be the pitch in the at bat. Ball is spoiled by Cairo as he fouls it out of play. Reds have a tying run at third. The go-ahead run at second base. They scored twice here in the bottom of the 7th inning to make it a 1-run game. Two balls, 2 strikes on Miguel Cairo, and here it comes. In the shallow center, that's where they had him played, and the inning is over. What a job by Salas. Reds get 2, but still down 1. Series tied at 1 game apiece. A scoreless game until Yadier Molina, the first pitch, clubbed a 3-run home run, and those would be the only 3 runs in the game. The Cardinals won that series 2-1. Well, the Cardinals hang on in the 7th to maintain this 1-run lead. The Reds had scored twice. They had the bases loaded with only 1 out, and Fernando Salas gets rolling on a pop-up, and Cairo on a fly ball to get out of the inning, and now it's Nick Massett.
20 games for Nick Massett.
Descalso to lead it off and be followed by Tyler Green and then John Jay batting in the 9 spot. First pitch swinging right at Stubbs. 1 out. Reds in the bottom of the 8th inning, scheduled to have Hannigan, Heisey, Stubbs. And it appears as though they're going to stay with Salas. And after the job he did to end the 7th inning, why not? Down the right field line, out of play. 1-1 to Tyler Green. Come for the Reds, stay for more fun. Make it a home run weekend. Visit the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum. Book your trip now at CincinnatiUSA.com. Bronson Arroyo charged with 4 runs, 3 of them earned. Bill Bray charged with the other run. In 1/3 of an inning, a leadoff walk for Bray, and that walk came around to score. Leak 2/3 of an inning, allowed 3 base runners, 2 hits and 1 intentional walk. They've got the double play with the bases loaded and 1 out to end the inning off the bat of Molina. Gone swinging Green, 2 out.
Nick Massett's got a fastball that he can run up there around 95, 96, but that's a cutter. And you can see it come out of his hand, kind of spirals like a football. A little bit slower in velocity, down around 90, 91 miles an hour, but really cuts away from that right hander. You give up on it at all, there's no way you're going to make contact.
John Jay, the batter, looks at a strike. This guy's got some pop in that bat. He doesn't get much playing time anymore. There was a couple of years where he was getting a lot of playing time in the outfield. But now with the last couple of years bringing in Matt Holliday and now Lance Berkman to go with the #1 pick Rasmus, his play has really gone down. And this guy can hit. Massett ahead of him at 0-2.
Another one of those good-looking left-handed hitters that came out of the real good program down there at University of Miami. Talked about Gabby Sanchez and Yonder Alonso and John Jay. They can run him through there.
Yasmani Grandal.
Yeah.
Switch hitter. Gone swinging Jay. What an impressive 8th from Massett. All right, Reds right back to the plate, down a run. Night better. Go to foxsportsohio.com. Enter the Papa's in Your House contest. You can win a Fox Sports Ohio prize pack, and one grand prize winner will win a pizza party. The Papa's in Your House contest is presented by Papa John. So Fernando Salas, who came in to get out of big-time trouble, created by Miguel Batista and Trevor Miller, is still on the mound here in the 8th, and Ryan Hannigan to lead it off. Strike one. Hannigan, Heisey, Stubbs, all right-handed batters. Well, we told you a little while ago, you know, the Cardinals have not decided who is their closer right now. Mitchell Boggs has the most experience. They're very high on Salas and Eduardo Sanchez, another right-hander. And we asked Dave Duncan, are you one of those guys that believes you got to have a guy, a designated guy as your closer? He said, you better believe it. And hopefully we'll go about a month, give everybody a chance here. We'll decide on who that guy is, and off we go from there. I asked him, I said, so you don't buy into that, you know, that theory out there that it really doesn't matter who, you know, gets the last 3 outs in the game? Well, he's not buying into that theory at all. 2-1 to Hannigan. 2-2.
Well, they've got several guys that have given opportunities to save the games. I mean, Eduardo Sanchez is 4 for 4 in save opportunities. Mitchell Boggs is 3 for 4. Salas, the guy on the mound right now, is a perfect 3 for 3. And Ryan Franklin lost that job because he blew 4 of 5. They've got good arms to choose from, especially Sanchez and Salas.
And Hannigan is hit by a pitch on the hand. A 2-2 off-speed pitch of some kind.
That's his changeup, and that is by far his 3rd best pitch. Now, Joe Patini's going to come out and say, hey, didn't that hit the bat? I think it got him on his right arm, right below the wrist. They're going to pinch run for him down there.
They got him on the right wrist. I mean, Joe Patini is still out there talking to Mike DeMuro, and Mike DeMuro is emphatic about where it hit Ryan Hannigan. So they're going to pinch run. They're going to use a pitcher, and a very fast pitcher. He's fast for any position. I don't care what position he plays. Travis Wood is a fast runner, although obviously he is not an experienced base runner.
And where that experience may come into play is right here if Dusty Baker is having Chris Heisey lay a bunt down. Get a good lead, don't get picked, get a good jump, make sure the bunt's on the ground. And they throw over to first base hoping to find out if Heisey actually is going to bunt or not.
Heisey without a sacrifice this year. Well, he's been a guy, and you know, his minor league career, he's hit everywhere in the batting order. He's been in the heart of the order, been at the top of the order. And that's a double play ball on a jam shot back to the pitcher. So that'll bring up Drew Stubbs, and all of a sudden there are 2 out and nobody on. Straightaway center. Rasmus back to the warning track and has room in front of the wall, and that will end the inning. Thought momentarily got it all, so did he. It's a 1-run game. We go to the ninth. 7th inning, and Yadier Molina ended the inning. Pitcher, catcher, first baseman double play. But that was an inning where a leadoff walk enabled the Cardinals to score a run, and right now that run the difference in this game, although Lord knows the Reds have had so many chances to score more than their 4 runs that are on the board here tonight. Second and third, 1 out in the third, did not score. First 2 on in the 5th inning, left them loaded, didn't score. Broke through with 2 in the 6th inning, but had 2 runs on the board in the 7th, the runner at second, and nobody out. That was a tying run in the game, and that runner was stranded at third base.
Yeah, both teams really have squandered opportunities. The Cardinals have left 7, the Reds have left 9.
Punto has walked twice. He's 0 for 2 in the game. Bassett a 1-2-3 8th inning. Reds will have Renteria, Votto, and Phillips in the bottom of the 9th. Eduardo Sanchez, a right-hander, is throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, and they apparently will give him a chance to try and nail it down in the bottom of the 9th inning. Swinging is Punto. 4 in a row retired by Massett. Of course, June 11th be part of the 10th annual Subway Redlegs Run. In celebration of this year's 10th anniversary, they've added a 10K run. To register for the 5K, 10K, 1 mile, or for Gapper's Fun Run for the kids, visit reds.com/run. It's presented by Subway, Cintas, and Fleet Feet. Here's Colby Rasmus. Strike 1. It's a right hand, right wrist of Ryan Hannigan that was hit to begin the bottom of the 8th inning. Already got that thing wrapped up in ice.
Hopefully that's all it is a little bit of a bruise. Yeah, they've got an X-ray machine right down here in the stadium, right outside the Reds training room. Look at that wrist X-ray right after the ball game.
Oh, and 2 the count on Rasmus. The fastball moves him off the plate. To Rasmus. Struck him out.
Oh, man.
4 consecutive strikeouts for Nick Massett.
That looks like the split finger pitch that he threw right there. Comes out looking like a fastball, about 10 miles an hour less, and after you see it 96 right under your kneecaps, and then he comes in with that. Good night, Irene.
All right, now Pujols. It's a 1-run game. Got to keep it right there. Ball 1 way up and away to Pujols, who tonight 2 out of 4. He struck out, singled, and scored in the 4th inning. Fly to right in the 5th, singled again in the 7th. Waiting near the strike zone here, and Pujols is coming out of his boots. 2-0 the count. Nowhere near the zone.
And not a fastball. Well, I can tell you one thing. be prepared to throw a good strike to Pujols because he's got the green light anytime he wants it.
Oh, yeah. When he gets up out of bed in the morning, he's got it. That's a 4-pitch walk. Well, now you're facing a guy in Matt Holliday, who tonight has 3 hits. He has knocked in 2 runs, has scored a run. He now has 16 multi-hit games so far this year. And that is tied for most in the National League. Also on that list, Drew Stubbs and Brandon Phillips, they have 14. Pujols 2 out of 2 in stolen base attempts so far this year. And there's strike. Of course, now it is Ramon Hernandez back behind the plate for the Reds after Hannigan was taken down for a pinch runner. Pujols seems to only steal when they really need him to steal a base. You wonder if they'd have him steal, although they have the lead here. If you're going to do it, it would be the time to do it. And there he goes. And he's safe. I mean, this is what this guy's all about. I mean, this guy is just a winning player, man. And he picks his spots.
Well, that's a big lead right there. He gave you an indication by getting an extra half step on the lead that he was thinking about it. Guy that's been battling, you know, instep problems for the last couple of years. He's just a gamer. So now Massa don't really forget completely about Albert Pujols at second base and concentrate entirely on Matt Holliday.
It's a huge run out there at second base. Reds are down 1. And there's a nasty pitch right there. Bottom fell out of that right on the knees.
I'll tell you what, when you throw it that good after you throw it as hard as he did, he threw his best fastball at 97 previous to this. Watch him buckle. Whoop.
Shallow center coming in to get it, Stubbs. So a job well done by Massa. Here we go. Bottom of the ninth. Votto to follow Renteria. Phillips behind Joey. Can the Reds do it? June 4th, the first 20,000 fans in attendance receive a Reds military-style cap courtesy of Fox Sports Ohio. 381 Reds or visit Reds.com. Here we are in the bottom of the ninth inning. Reds will have Renteria, followed by Joey Votto, and then Brandon Phillips down a run. And on the pitch, who got his team high 4th save Tuesday night at Wrigley Field in Chicago, right-hander Eduardo Sanchez.
Now, he's a rookie, Sanchez is, and he has not shown yet signs of cracking under pressure. He is a perfect 4 for 4 in save opportunities.
Only 22 years old, a native Venezuelan.
He's from down around Davy Concepcion's area, if I'm not mistaken, Maracay. He's got great numbers. I mean, 14 innings pitched. He's only given up 7 hits, and he has struck out 21. Now, but he's got a knock on him now. He can get a little bit wild. He's walked 10 batters in 14 innings, so if you give him a chance, he may put that tying run on base.
Well, and Dave Duncan was talking about the 3 guys right now that they're kind of maneuvering around as their closer. Mitchell Boggs has the most experience. Salas is the most consistent. They know what they're going to get out of Salas. He's going to throw a lot of strikes. Sanchez, he called the most dynamic. He said he is a guy that reminds you of a closer. Hard thrower, big strikeout pitcher. And misses badly. Ball 1 up and into Edgar Renteria.
You know, he's not quite as extreme, but he reminds me a little bit of Carlos Marmol. Not Marmol's slider, but the way his delivery is a little bit low 3/4 and really comes at you with 100% effort.
2-0. Renteria had a couple of chances early. Made the final out in the 3rd, stranding 2. Made the final out, leaving him loaded in the 5th. Then had a double to drive in 2 in the 7th inning. And was stranded at 3rd, representing the tying run. 3-0. Renteria's been around a long time, and chances are he'll make this guy throw 2 strikes before he swings.
You're right about that.
Which he can't do. Struck out swinging in the 1st, struck out swinging in the 4th, double to right, scored in the 6th, walked in the 7th. Tying run at 1st, winning run at the plate, none out in the 9th. Way up and in, and on to second base goes Renteria.
That is the 4th wild pitch this year for Sanchez. That's only in 14 innings. Well, he's thrown 5 pitches, all of them balls, all of them fastballs.
Flips one up there of the breaking ball variety, and that is a dandy 1-1 to Votto.
Yeah, that's a good call by Yadier Molina. He's the guy taking charge back there. I don't see Sanchez shaking him off. If you can't throw it with a fastball, let's try it with something else.
This bouncing ball will advance a tying run on the 3rd base. Obviously, Votto is thinking about knocking in that tying run. but he advances a runner 90 feet. And now it's Brandon Phillips with a tying run at third and one out.
Well, the other odd thing about this, Tom, or the wild card, I should say, is that wild pitch factor. I mean, you've got a young man out there who has already in only 14 innings thrown 4 wild pitches. You've got to be aware of that if you're Edgar Renteria. And I think that's what Mark Berry's telling him right now. Get a good secondary lead down here. And be ready to go if you see that ball squirt away from Yadier Molina.
Infield in for the Cardinals. Descalso, Green, Punto, and Pujols. Phillips a batter. Breaking ball and a dandy. Strike one.
Well, you can see how deceptive he must be to right-handers. I mean, Phillips was bailing out almost immediately upon that ball coming out of his hand.
Brandon Phillips this year 8 of 9 in plating a runner from third base with less than 2 men out. Phillips tonight has singled, struck out, bounced to second, and laid down that sacrifice that advanced runners to second and third. And that was the first out of the inning. In the 7th inning, and the Reds couldn't get that tying run in from third. It was Renteria then. Can they get him in now? A big swing and a miss by Phillips, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, completely fooled on both the good breaking balls that Sanchez has thrown.
You know, the Reds have been the best team in the National League this year, getting a runner in from third base and less than 2 out. Tonight, they're 1 out of 3. And this should get it in. It'll fall. A base hit for Brandon Phillips in a 5-5 game. Oh, baby, is that a big one?
Boy, you're not kidding about that. It was so important for him to stay on that pitch. Sanchez got a little more of the plate than he needed to. He was way ahead in the count, and because Colby Rasmus was swung way around towards right center field. He had a long way to go to get to that ball, and it falls in, and now the winning run is at first base.
Well, Joe Patini slowly makes his way out to the mound. And this is nothing more than a pep talk. There's nobody getting loose in that bullpen. You know, you brought up earlier, Chris, Joe Patini, a good baseball man for a long time. And, you know, sometimes when managers are hired, and I mean, you look at guys like Chris Byers sitting down there on the Reds bench.
Yeah.
Heck, for that matter, guys like Mark Berry, you know, who managed forever in the minor leagues. And those guys, they don't get that chance, you know, to manage at the big league level. Or at least a lot of them have been passed over for a long, long time.
He ought to be on the short list sometimes when the next managerial opening happens.
All right, now Jay Bruce, winning run at first base. And it's off the inside corner, ball one. Bruce is fouled out to Yadier Molina, fly to center. Had that jam shot infield hit that knocked in a run in the 6th and later scored. He was intentionally walked in the 7th. Popped it up. Two out. You know, talking about Albert Pujols in the top of the ninth inning about stealing a big bag when you need one. Well, right now would be a time. I mean, Pujols stole his with 2 men out. Now, I don't know about running against this young man, Mr. Sanchez, but
well, it seems like he's got a big delivery, a little bit deliberate to the plate. But Brandon's really doesn't stretch his lead down there at all. I mean, we still haven't seen him move to first base. That does not constitute a move.
All right, Scott Rowland, you know, he'd like to make amends for that pop-up with a tying run at third base in the 7th inning. There's a strike. Rowland knocked in a run to right center with a double and a 6. He's 2 out of 4 tonight. We showed you Jay Bruce a moment ago. 4 walk-off base hits here in the last couple of years. The last time Scott Rowland ended the game with a walk-off hit was against the Reds in August of 2006. Does he have one in him right here and right now? Well, they thought Phillips might be going. And ironically enough, when Rowland had that game-winning hit against the Reds back in 06, the man on the mound for the Reds was Ryan Franklin.
Well, if he's going to win the ball game with a hit, it's going to have to be something that leaves the ballpark. That outfield is so deep, nothing's going over their heads without leaving the park. They've got a double prevent right here. Look at where the outfielders are. I mean, they're hugging the warning track right now. Nothing is going over their heads. So anything that stays in front of them, very typical for Brandon Phillips to score from first base on.
2-1 to Scott Rowland. 3-1. Center field, that's a hit. Phillips is going to make the turn. He's going to third. So Rowland is third hit of the night. And now the Reds have the winning run 90 feet away.
The prevent defense worked for the Cardinals. This ball may not have gotten into the gap anyway, but it was hit very sharply by Rowland and cut off. Phillips goes to third. The Reds are first and third, and now a lot of things can happen here. An infield hit, a balk, a wild pitch, or just a straight-up game-winning hit by Johnny Gomes.
And you know there's nobody in that dugout that they would rather see get the winning run or drive in the winning run with a base hit than Johnny Gomes. He means so much to this team in that clubhouse and has really struggled here lately. Breaking ball is in there, a strike. Phillips very much zeroed in as the runner down there at third base. Check swing and a miss on a ball a foot and a half wide. But it looks good coming to the plate, and it's 0-2 just like that to Gomes. The stretch has seen Gomes collect just 8 base hits in his last 54 at-bats. But nobody will talk about that with a hit right here and right now. We go to extra innings. End of 9, a 5-5 game.
Extra innings are presented by Jack's Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
All right, so the Reds going to bring in their closer. Reds were behind in this game by a count of 3-0. At the end of 4, at the end of 5.5, it was 4-0. Reds got 2 in the bottom of the 6th. They got 2 but left them loaded in the 7th, and you thought, well, that's the way it's gone against the Cardinals. But in the bottom of the 9th against Eduardo Sanchez, a leadoff walk to Renteria. A wild pitch got him to second. And then a ground out by Votto moved him down to third. And Brandon Phillips, with 2 strikes in the at-bat, ties the game with a single into center field. And here we are in the 10th. Cardinals are 1-2 in extra innings. The Reds are 3-0. And Mark Hamilton will come up and bat for the pitcher. Cordero's fallen behind Hamilton. 2 balls and no strikes. And there's a fastball in the outside corner.
You know, this is one of those times, Tom, where managers are in a tough spot. Because here, this is a spot where Lance Berkman would normally be hitting. But if you take him out of a ball game early on to switch, you know, to double switch or something like that, and then you go to extra innings, people look at you and say, well, you took out one of your best hitters here. What happened? Well, at the time, you didn't realize that you were going to lose the lead because it looked like the game was pretty much safely in hand.
Well, you know, it's often hard to criticize a manager making a double switch for defense when you have a lead, as you point out. But it seems like anymore, you know, managers, just for the sake of making a double switch, they make a double switch. And you can have a lead relatively early in the game. You can have be down a couple of runs relatively early in the game. But, you know, so many times when you're bringing in that guy from the bullpen and you're making the double switch, you know, oftentimes when that guy that you just put in, it'll come up later in the game where you say to yourself, man, I wish this would have never happened. There's a base hit in the center field.
Well, when you make a double switch, you're anticipating using that pitcher the next inning.
Right.
Because his spot in the order is coming up, and you don't want him to bat in the bottom of the inning, so you bring in somebody else in his spot, but you're expecting him to do the job. Now, if he comes in and does not do the job, and you've got to relieve him, then your double switch has gone for naught. But really, my point is it's kind of a hairy decision one way or another. Sometimes you look like a genius, and sometimes you've got to answer questions as to why you switched when you did.
Now Descalso. Well, he's had a couple of huge hits here tonight. A pair of 2-out RBIs in the game. One in the 3-run fourth. And then knocked in a run with a 2-out single to plate Molina in the 6th inning. Runner goes. Swung on and fouled out of play. Boy, how about that? Starting Yadier Molina. You talk about confidence in a young player.
Making contact at least. Well, they figure with this part of the order that they're not really going to get a lot of action going. I mean, you're down here to the number 7 hitter. They're just going to go ahead and see if they can't make something happen. When you're on the road, you'll take those kind of chances much more than you will when you're playing at home in extra innings. Sure, man's got some impressive numbers in the minor leagues. Descalso does. I mean, it doesn't always translate to major league wins or major league numbers as well, but sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. Reds are good at extras.
Crowd wanted the call, didn't get it. Goes again, and there's a ground ball to Phillips. He's able to knock it down, has time, throws out Descalso. So they stay out of cutting down the lead run by starting the runner.
I'll tell you, I love that play of starting the runner, because sometimes you'll get reverse coverage. You're not sure who's going to cover, and a hole might open up. At the very least, if your batter can make contact and hit a ground ball, you're going to stay out of a double play. If he hits a pop-up, chances are he's able to get back in time, but now you've got the go-ahead run in scoring position.
And Tyler Green is a batter, 0 for 3 in the game. His fly to right, lined out hard to left, and intentionally walked and struck out. There's strike one. Again, it's a kind of game where can the Reds tonight get over that hump against the St. Louis Cardinals? I mean, people can say, it's not a big deal. It's the first game of the series. You're only in May. The question is, can you make the other team believe that you can beat them when you play them? Something the Reds have only done 7 times in the last 21 meetings. It's not to guarantee that if you win a game like this that you're going to steamroll them from here on out. Obviously, that's not the case. Two and one to count on Tyler Green. 2-2 to Green. Broken bat, roller foul. Reds have used Arroyo. He'll out 4 runs, 3 earned. Bray retired 1 batter, walked another. That runner scored. Leaked 2/3 of an inning. And Massett 2 innings where he only allowed 1 base runner and struck out 4. And now it's Cordero. Cardinals have Jason Mott getting loose in their bullpen. Well, now Cordero has summoned Ramon Hernandez out to the mound. They want to talk over what they want to do here on 3-2. That didn't last very long. Francisco knows exactly what it is he wants to do, or either agreed with the suggestion from Hernandez. They don't even give a sign. Here it comes. And a Tapper foul again.
Pretty good at bat. For Green, that is.
So now you face John Jay, a left-handed batter. Jay got his first at bat after coming on as a double switch in the 8th inning, and Massett struck him out. 0-1 to Jay. Strike 2. Oh, and 2 to Jay. Two on, 2 out, 5-5 game. And now 2-2 to Jay.
You call this the action pitch, Tom, and you're exactly right. Jay looking for a strike right here.
Cordero strikes him out. The Cardinals lead 2. Bottom of the 10th. Ramon Hernandez, Chris Heisey, Drew Stubbs. Reds with a It's tied at the bottom of the 9th, trying to win it now in the last of the 10th. And the Cardinals bring on the hard throwing, oftentimes erratic right-hander Jason Mott from their bullpen. Sanchez, the blown save, allows a couple of hits and a critical leadoff walk, along with a big wild pitch which helped plate the run in the last of the 9th inning. See, the numbers on Mott are really good. It makes you wonder, with all the problems they had with Ryan Franklin, And going with 3 guys with virtually 0 experience, 2 of them with virtually none. Mitchell Boggs very little. Why not Jason Mott in the mix for that closer's job?
That's a good question, Tom, because, you know, a lot of times it's what's between the ears. And some guys will go out there and they show that you have closer stuff, but they're much more comfortable pitching in the 7th or the 8th inning than they are the last 3 outs of the game.
Ramon Hernandez has swung a real good bat this entire year, including the hero's role on opening day. First pitch fastball is in there, a strike. Ramon 10 hits in his last 30 at bats. During what is a 7-game hitting streak for Ramon Hernandez, this is his first at bat tonight. Came on after Hannigan was hit by a pitch on his wrist and left the game in the 8th. Ryan still hanging around rooting on his mate. Breaking ball away, 2 balls and a strike to Hernandez. One on a foul out of play. Opening day this year, who will ever forget it? A game-ending 3-run home run against John Axford to beat the Brewers. It seems like 3 years ago.
Well, that was one of the more unlikely wins I think I've ever seen this team.
No doubt about it. Is it just me, or does that seem like it literally was like a year ago?
Well, it was a completely different season ago, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 seasons ago, because it was warm then. It got cold and rainy for about 6 months. And we just saw the sunshine the last couple of days.
Yeah, we've had really 5-6 nice days in a row. Surprise, surprise. Well, thank God for it. 2-2 on Hernandez. And that's a rocket over near the stands. Hopefully everybody's all right over there.
Yep, they look like it.
Good crowd, big night, fireworks, and a post-game concert coming. Why not make it a celebratory occasion?
A lot of people staying around. They're getting treated to some great baseball.
This game closing in on 4 hours young. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. 2-2 on Hernandez. Ball 3. Now remember, you can't run for Hernandez if he's able to reach. Reds have 2 catchers on their roster, and 1 is already out of the game. High drive into right center field, and this is up against the wall, and Hernandez starts the inning with a double.
Man, is he clutch. And he can hit a fastball. I can tell you that right now. Jason Mott is firing that fastball up there 95, 96. And Hernandez just gets it going and jumps all over. You better keep it down against him now, because he will jump all over a high heater.
Now, Izzy coming up. They had a situation where they could have bunted him earlier. We told you he did not have a sacrifice this year. He had 1 last year with the Reds in 201 at bats, and 1 in Louisville in 79 at bats. And again, remember, the catcher is the runner at second. The Cardinals will play this extremely aggressively if he's bunting. And no sign of a bunt on the first pitch. Well, now do you put it on?
Well, there's no force play at third. So it's a much more difficult play to get the lead runner on a bunt when you got to put a tag on it.
Let's see if they're putting the bunt on now. I mean, Heisey doesn't look like he's up there to bunt. Ground ball, and the runner is hung up. Hernandez stopped.
Come on, Heisey. Get to second base.
And the runner is... Oh, they got the tag. And I mean, they barely got the tag.
Well, that's a really good play by Albert Pujols because he is always looking to get the lead runner in a play like that. But it's also a good evasive move by Ramon Hernandez, because once he gets hung out up there, and you can hardly blame him for it, because the ball did go to the right side of the infield, he stays in the rundown long enough to allow Chris Heisey to get to second base. So now the Reds still have the go-ahead run, the winning run, in scoring position.
Well, let me ask you, are you stunned that Heisey's not bunting there?
I am stunned.
I mean, that's the winning run at second base with nobody.
Well, you know what? It could be the fact that Dusty Baker doesn't have confidence in him to get the bunt down. Plus the fact that Jason Mock can't be the easiest guy in the world to lay a bunt down.
Yeah.
I mean, here's a guy throwing mid-90s from kind of a low trajectory. It's hard to get on top of that bunt sometimes.
Yep.
All right. But
water under the bridge now. And here's Drew Stubbs. And he looks at ball one. Stubbs with a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 10th inning of a 5-5 game. Short right. Jay coming in to get it, and 2 are out in the inning. So he had a leadoff double, and now a runner is still standing at second base, and there are 2 outs in the inning. Here's Renteria. He had a 2-run double up the left field line in the 7th inning. He led off the 9th with the Reds down a run, drew a walk, and scored the tying run on a Brandon Phillips hit. Heisey the winning run at second base, and it's strike 1 to Renteria. Oftentimes you hear it, and it's such a cliche, but tonight it certainly lives up to the billing. This is a couple of heavyweights going at it tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a great ball game. This crowd has spent more time on its feet than it has on its seats in this ballpark tonight. Been that kind of a game.
First meeting tonight in Cincinnati since a bench clearing brawl between these two teams last year. Well, everybody thought the Reds were dead in the water after all the talk by Brandon Phillips. Cardinals sweep the Reds, and everybody around baseball except for the guys in that Reds first base side dugout and clubhouse thought the Reds were dead in the water.
Now the Reds went on to take care of business, and the Cardinals right after that went into a big swoon.
1-1, and now 1-2. Renteria in his career has entered games 11 times with a base hit.
Well, you don't have to wait long for Mock tonight. He is firing it up there.
Here's his last game-winning hit against Mike Dunn and the Marlins. That was on the last homestand. 2 on Renteria. Fastball away. Well, it's unquestionably evident that Mott, his best pitch is his fastball. It's also evident that Mott wants no part of Votto here in the bottom of the 10th inning. So Renteria figures to see a good fastball to hit in this at bat. That went up a little bit in the strike zone, but it's fouled away and remains 2-2. Winning run at second, 2 out. 3-2.
Now that was his attempt at a slider right there. And it's more like a cutter. 90 miles an hour, a little bit of a break on it, but not much. So he misses that to go 3-2. With Joey Votto on deck, Renteria's been around long enough to know here comes a heater. And if he throws a slider here and strikes you out, more power to him.
Yep. Payoff pitch. And sure enough, a 97-mile-per-hour fastball right down the can, but fouled away by Renteria. Visit to the mound by Yadier Molina. 8th pitch in this at bat coming up. Renteria trying to end it. 3-2 from Mott is on the way. And it's ball 4, and here comes Votto with a chance to win the game. Votto, for whatever reason, and you got to give a lot of credit to some very good Cardinal pitching, but in games against the Cardinals here in Cincinnati, the Cardinals have limited him to a batting average in the 250s with only 1 home run.
Well, they've got a game plan, and their pitching staff has been able to execute it. And of course, you got to remember who you're facing over the last couple of years in this ballpark against the Cardinals.
Votto with the most first pitch hits in all of baseball going back over the last year and a half, and he takes that one way up in the strike zone.
I mean, when Tony La Russa massaged his pitching rotation so that the Reds would face Garcia, Carpenter, and Wainwright nearly every time they faced them last year, you're going to be scrounging for hits no matter who you are.
Winning run at second. Fastball and a good one by Mott. You know, Mark Grace used to say all the time, when you know that guy on the mound is only capable of throwing 1 pitch in his arsenal for a strike, just forget about everything else. Now, easier said than done.
Yeah. You still got to hit it.
Came back-to-back fastballs, and Votto looks at them both, and now he's behind in a count at 1-2. Choking up on that bat, and it swung on and fouled out of play.
Well, that's where Yadier Molina wanted it. He wanted to go up the ladder to try to make Joey Votto chase something up and out of his zone.
Chris Heise carries a winning run out at second base. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 1-2 to Votto. Two on Votto. And a base hit to the right. They're going to wave around Heise. Here comes the throw. Reds win. Reds win. Reds win. Talked about the Cardinals' domination all of last year, even in a season where the Reds won the division. They lost 2 out of 3 to them earlier, Chris, in St. Louis. And you're not saying the monkey's off their back, but what a huge win this is for the Reds.
Well, you talked early in the broadcast tonight, Tom, about a statement that the Reds need to show the Cardinals, especially here in Cincinnati, that they just can't come into Great American Ballpark and run all over them like they did last year. That's a statement. To fall down early, come back, fall down again, come back some more, and then have your MVP step to the plate and win the ball game for you. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
What a win, what a win. Joey standing by on the field with Jeff Picorro. Pick.
Thanks a lot, Tom and Chris. And boy, Joey, this was a battle of 2 heavyweights tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're always a handful, and you know, the fact that we came back late, tied it up, forced extra innings. I mean, it's a really good sign, I think.
This really showed the resiliency of this team. They got ahead early against you guys, but you battled back. Thought he was going to get the pie in the face of the relievers there. Yeah. But you guys were able to battle back again and again and again in this game and really show the fighting spirit this team has.
Yeah, you know, I don't think we treat any team differently, but you know, certainly when you play the, you know, number one team in your division, you want to compete at your best. And you know, we won the division last year, and we really want to, you know, we don't want to give it up. So, you know, we're going to fight for it.
These guys, and I know this is a different team this year than years past, have kind of had your number. Does this prove anything to them that, hey, this team, being the Reds, can beat us now?
I don't think so. I think that it's a long season, and you know, we play so many games that one of these games doesn't really matter that much. But I do know that it's good for our team. They've been kind of a bugaboo for us. They've been a handful, and any win we can get is a big deal against them.
Fun to play in front of a crowd like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it was great, man. They had those towels or whatever, and you need to see those more often.
That's pretty cool. Thanks, Joey. I appreciate it. Thanks
you.
a lot. Joey Votto, Jim Day, the big hit, the big RBI, and the Reds winners in game run as he tosses his hat to the crowd. The Reds are winners. Jimmy, up to you.